We are back, weary travelers, for a special stream, but I want to welcome you to the Come and Go Tavern. My name is Sheela Ornthalis, and I'll be your host this afternoon, alongside the wonderful Sono Mikan.
Hello!
Today's kitchen special, what would you like it to be, Sono? What's your favorite food? We'll make that.
Ooh, I love disco fries.
All right, then today's kitchen special is disco fries. And it
Yeah! We rep in New Jersey here at the Come and Go.
Oh, we've been hydrated. Go ahead and...
Oh, we hydrating. Nice.
Good water, good water. But yes, hello Blasty, hello, and welcome to the second part of the writer rating stream. Let's see. I don't have a specific count of how many we got done last time, but we got all the way through Showa and both phases of Heisei. Do you have any comments you want to add to that, Sono? Just about any of the particular people we've rated so far?
Everyone in the bottom of Gaim goes to hell.
Fair enough. Hello, Maru! Hello.
Except Takatora. Takatora can call me mommy.
Okay, fair enough. All right, well.
Can't believe they made him the same character in Super Sentai, but better and with a scorpion tail.
I must not have seen that season. Oh my goodness.
He's in Q Ranger. Highly recommend. It is when the thing about Q Ranger.
Go for it.
Is when Q Ranger is good, it is some of the best Super Sentai they've ever made. When it is less good, it's not even bad, it's just aggressively mediocre.
You know, that's better than some of the seasons of Sentai I've seen so far. So, like, I saw as a kid, I saw more actual Kamen Rider as a kid than I did actual Sentai. Most of my Sentai exposure was through Power Rangers, unfortunately. And so I didn't start watching Sentai properly up until, oh my goodness. Oh goodness, it would have been within the last 8 or so years, I want to say.
Oh, so you're like well within the past Gokaiger era,
yes,
which is where stuff gets aggressively mediocre until you hit the Reiwa era.
And so what I've been doing is when I finished my all rider watch along, I started doing an all Sentai watch along, and now just last week I think, maybe the week before. Time is weird for me right now, folks. I just worked a gig that had me working like 28 hours in 2 days, so I'm lucky that I know what day it is. But I am up to Kaku Ranger, and
I really need to watch Kaku Ranger.
I am enjoying Kaku Ranger, but I think both it and Dai Ranger's biggest flaw is that they are immediately after Zyuranger.
Yeah.
Like, that season puts so much of a thumb on the scales because, like, what I don't know if you've really been paying attention to some of the commentary, and I know I kind of backed off commentary when I hit Sentai, but like, one of the big complaints that I had for earlier seasons before Zyuranger was that they very, very rarely made use of the individual mecha after they got their combined form. And Zyuranger, across the entire season, there were still moments where individual mecha were getting to show off and do their own thing. Not just because of the various form changes where, like, sometimes it was Tyrannosaur as the central robot, and sometimes it was the Dragonzord as the central robot, but there were a couple of times, even later on in the series, where, like, the Sabretooth was getting to fight on its own, kind of a thing.
Yeah, that is very much and again, this all leads back to Zyuranger because it was the first of the 4 dinosaur Sentai. Yes. That is very much a dinosaur Sentai thing. You can look forward to that in every dinosaur Sentai. For all that Kyoryuger is bad. There is still quite a bit of that because they have a big focus on their dinosaurs.
Excellent.
Because the kids love dinosaurs.
Right, exactly. And also that particular combined mecha also has a much more distinct combined feeling to it than a lot of the other ones do. Like, there were earlier seasons where the combined robot looked great, but individual robots didn't make sense. Or individual robots made sense, but the combined version didn't look great. That was really the first time where I felt like it all meshed beautifully. Plus
Michiko Saiga is there, just being the best, and then just repeatedly being around up until Maji Ranger.
Oh my goodness. Okay, we're getting lots of people today. Hello, Toku Elite 555.
Hello.
And also people are chatting. Gaim was a very fruity series. It was indeed in many, many ways. Takatoto's actor in the final Gaim stage's sign off to the audience was, "Please remember me as a melon."
And we all will forever.
But anyway, we've schwitzed for. It's cold in CDMX in freaking July, so you're escaping tomorrow to a beach state for a week. Ooh, a sexy.
I wish it was cold here.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so that just to share a story from IRL for a second. That gig that I was talking about, the load-in portion of it, the air in the stadium was so fucking dry that we were getting shocked every 30 seconds by equipment and each other and all of these things. Not 24 hours later, during the loadout, I was removing my outer shirt and going down to like tank top because of how humid it was, and just being like, "Nobody look at me, please." And I understand, but we're not here to have that conversation right now. You're doing the opposite. You're going from Oregon to Texas, or to Oregon from Texas. Ooh, that's going to be a fun transition. Get ready for all of the Pacific Northwest nonsense. All right. Well, we've schwitzed for a few minutes. We've got a few people in chat. Do you want to go ahead and get to rating these Reiwa Riders? Okay.
Yes, because we are starting with my sweetest Bippy.
Okie dokie. Well, then let's see if the buttons will do the transition thing that I want them to. Huh? It's doing the thing!
Yay!
Alrighty. Oh, and you know what I have just realized is that I also need to bring up the Rider Wiki again. Because as much as I absolutely love Reiwa Riders, and okay, so my reintroduction to tokusatsu as a genre was in fact 01.
Yes.
And so yeah, it is oh geez, okay, hang on.
01 is also deeply special to me, as at the end of August of 2019 I took a trip to Japan. And so I was there for 2 weeks. The first week I was there was the finale of Zio, and the last day I was in Japan was the day that 01 began airing, and I watched it on TV, and I'm like, God, I hope this series is good, because like it's going to be tied to this trip forever. And it is I again, one of the best they've ever made, one of my absolute favorites. It, depending on the day, it takes the #1 spot.
Nice.
When I was in the airport going home, 01 aired alongside Ryu Soldier, which was the last Dinosaur Sentai. I hate that I can say that. And on either side of the terminal, there was on one side there was a huge mural of all of the Dinosaur Sentai, all 4 Dinosaur Sentai. On the other side, there was a huge mural of Ichigo, Kuga, and 01. apparently in the airport there were like exhibits, because they were like celebrating the start of the Reiwa era and how tokusatsu is, you know, tied to that. And you know, because Ryu Soldier was a dinosaur sentai, they can tie it to Zyu Ranger, which is tied to Mighty Morphin. Unfortunately, I didn't know that when I went to the airport. So this was in my terminal where I was leaving that I found out this, instead of getting off the plane and being able to like go into the airport and see it. But I have pictures of these two murals, like everyone, like the riders in Sentai were all like larger than life. It really did something to me in the moment.
Hey, but that's amazing. Even if you missed out on the actual like exhibits, like that leaving such a huge impression on you is just, that's fantastic. I love that.
Yeah. I also, again, the first week I was there was the last week Zio was airing. And I was staying outside of Tokyo. So I was staying in a small town in Chiba, and I found a Toys R Us. Just in town, and I went in, and this was my first look at the 01 driver and its gimmick toys and the suit. This is the first time I was seeing anything, and I looked at that driver and I'm like, why is that a piece of hardware from a gaming PC?
It really does look like a graphics card, doesn't it?
Yeah,
it
looks like a really souped up graphics card.
It does. It does. All right. Well, on that note, Squints at tierlist, where are the Oni? Okay, so
Hibiki is down in Call Me Mommy, because that is where he belongs.
Yep.
And I think everyone else is somewhere up near the top. They're in there.
Okay. Yep.
But trust me, they're in there. They're in there. I would never.
No.
I wouldn't. Oh, Zanki is also down in Call Me Mommy.
Bravo, disowned. Yep.
Yeah, sorry, I disowned everyone in Gaim. Oh no, we even disowned Takatora. He doesn't even get to Call Me Mommy.
He almost got there, but yeah, we can have different opinions. Yeah. All right, so.
Sorry, I had to disown the entire cast of Gaim. It's just how I am.
Yeah, fair. So Aruto.
My baby. My sweet angel.
Super proud, right? Super proud.
That boy has never done anything wrong in his life. He is a perfect sweet angel, who was recognizing the humanity of the Yuma way before anyone else even considered. Literally the very first thing he does in 01 is say good morning to a Yuma and call her by name. It is literally his first line of dialogue.
Hello, TPR. It's going well. We're
hey,
just
TPR.
starting the Reiwa series. But yeah, no, 100% correct. And I would agree with you, Maru. He's the only valid CEO. And I would even say it's specifically because he never wanted to be a CEO. He just found himself in that situation and said, you know what? I'm going to use this to do good.
He doesn't know how to be a CEO. He's just Aruto, who is in charge of a company.
Alrighty.
He's a man who was handed power and was like, cool, I'm making an entire new genre of people.
Everyone is going to respect these people that I already respect, and no, you don't have a choice.
That's what we're doing here.
All right. So, Isamu, Fuwa. Oh boy, I have so many complicated feelings about this guy. Like,
my feelings are not super complicated in that he got there in the end.
Right, but exactly as Maru says, cop. But he's not like. He's not a, technically he
works in like weird private security.
Yeah, but like, is it better to be a Pinkerton?
No. But if you're gonna have someone, I guess, well, no, genuinely in the first half of the series, you would not want it to be Fua, my god.
Yeah, right.
But even when he's in there, like I would say quite proud, because again, he really does get there. And even okay, Mar, you literally have only seen like, okay, this is his conflict and none of the character arc.
You have seen his worst.
Yeah, you have literally seen the thing that he grows from, and the thing about it is, even when he is still deep in it, he is very quickly realizing, oh shit, I am in the wrong, and this is all based in my trauma, and I have to figure out, we put it on our list, literally put it on our list, put it at the top of our list. I'm making you watch 01 like immediately.
It's a really good series. It does also require you to remember that AI, when they were talking about AI, they're talking about the actual concept of AI, not the generative LLM crap that plagues the world today.
Yeah, this was a couple years before we started dealing with that. But like even within the first like 10 episodes, very quickly Fua realizes, oh no, human gear aren't all bad. I'm just extremely traumatized, but I don't know how to grapple with that concept because I have no coping mechanisms. So I'm gonna still be kind of aggro for a little bit as I develop coping mechanisms.
But yeah, that's a big part of why I have complicated feelings about Fua, because trauma-based speciesism. Yeah, kind of.
The thing is, there's a lot about Fua that I understand, and this is gonna sound weird for people who know my history with my dad. Fua is a lot like my dad. Fua starts out in a very similar place to like where my father has been his whole life, in that my dad really, really needs therapy about some stuff.
But then, Fua ends up getting the
Fua
therapy.
gets there. Yeah, Fua has a whole ordeal around, people have been taking advantage of my trauma to make me do bad things.
Which is, oh my goodness, such an interesting thing to cover within a season, because like that is something that a lot of people could really use some communication and realizations about in their lives.
Yeah.
Not to get too much of a high horse about that.
My dad.
Thank you very much for the coin toss, Coleman. How are you doing today?
Hey, Coleman.
Alrighty. So, and thank you for the actual size. Always appreciated.
My heart belongs to putting Yua in the top, but I know she doesn't deserve it.
Like,
I know she doesn't deserve to be in the top tier, but
I'm torn between needs work and reasonably proud, because she starts off kind of in a bad place, goes to a worse place, but then also shows improvement. So
see, I'm gonna say reasonably proud, because I'd want to put her in quite proud, in that she is being actively re-traumatized and abused across the course of the entire show, until she hits a breaking point. And as soon as she hits that breaking point, where, because everything she does is out of self-preservation.
True.
Because she is being actively physically harmed across the entire show.
Oh, I'd forgotten about that part. Oh shit!
Yeah,
no, you're right.
She is being actively she is actively enduring physical workplace abuse across the entire show, that she spends a lot of time kind of perpetuating the cycle of until she really like her and Fua are such interesting parallels, because she's able to see him break through it and has known what she's doing is not right, but it was, she wanted to survive. And then, she hits the point of, fuck it, I'm done. I don't care. I'm out. And it's one of the most impacting sequences in Reiwa, if not in, like, at least modern Heisei and Reiwa Kamen Rider.
And this is one of those moments where I wish, like, there was, like, a split level. And I guess I could have added that, but, it's because, well, yeah, as you say, she's going through it a lot and making the best of a very, very bad situation and trying to do the right thing. The thing that just holds her back for me is that what she thinks is the right thing is sometimes very much not the right thing. It's the right thing for her survival, but not in a more broad sense, which I think is a big message of 01, is that often there are times when you have to make a decision that puts you in a worse position, but makes the world a better place.
Yes, and she does get there, which is why I'm, willing to give her reasonably proud. And a thing, and I think the reason I'm willing to let her go a rung below Fua is Fua doesn't know what's happening to him. He doesn't know. She does. Like, she knows what, I don't know if she knows what exactly was done to him, but she does know what was done to her. I can't, like, I can't remember if she knows about the manipulation that he went through. But she knows what is happening to her.
Yes. And
is basically just choosing survival over pushing back. And there's a degree, like, that is understandable.
Yes.
And she gets there in the end, but she could have switched sides much sooner.
She could have, yes. All right, so reasonably it is. All right, so we get to Jin, and I'm going to use reasonably proud as my anchor level, just so that we can kind of keep most of the riders on screen at a given time.
Yeah.
Jin
I would put Jin in quite proud. I feel like he has an arc kind of on par with Fua's. I had a really hard time with him in the beginning because that boy did wave around a real gun quite often. The first thing we see him do is shoot a Yumigir in the head with a real gun, point blank, and that made him a very hard sell for me. But in the end, Jin, I think, kind of has the Fua arc on the villain side of realizing very quickly, oh, are we the bad guys?
Yeah.
Hey, Dad, are we the bad guys? I don't think this is what we, I don't think this is accomplishing the thing you think it is.
It's his realization that, oh, we're being told this is about, fighting back against oppression, when really it's about getting revenge. And his entire journey through that is a good reason to put him at quite proud, because you're right, he is the villain side version of Fua, as you said.
Yes, he's also the villain side version of Izu. Because he functions to Hirobi as Izu does to Aruto, especially in the end game. He makes a lot of the same choices as Izu in order to, prove his point. He makes a lot of the same choices and sacrifices. True. So Jin plays a very, very interesting role, and I think for someone who started the series at zero. Like, he kind of came in with nothing, not knowing anything about the conflict, just being told being lied to about what it is they were doing, more or less, and realizing very quickly, oh, we're the bad guys. I need to kind of work within Hirobi and the ARC's framework to get us all pointed in the right direction. But he does walk into a crowded amphitheater and start firing a gun, so I can't put him in the top rung.
No. But yeah, no, I've known plenty of punk kids who've gone through some similar stuff to him, and no, his journey really was the good ending for a lot of folks in that space. Okay, so quite proud for Jin. Now,
call me mommy.
Hirobi, you guys just straight to call me mommy.
I am in love with, y'all don't even know how much I'm in love with this man. He one fucked up story arc. Absolutely but like is genuinely the coolest final villain of the Reiwa era. That he is able, like, the bit between him and Izu is just such a wild, painful, incredible sequence. And that he can come out of 01 with a redemption arc and look at this and be like, I was wrong. I was used and manipulated for decades. I was so lost in the sauce. I did terrible things, and I am going to spend the rest of existence making up for it. Like, there is no end to my life. I am an immortal robot, and I am going to make sure that the hatred that I felt never exists again. I love his story arc, and also he's like the hottest man to ever exist.
Fair enough.
And he's okay, so my type is stupid, angsty, and purple. And if you give stupid, angsty, and purple a scorpion motif, that's just it. That's it for me. I'm done. And there's like 4 guys over the course of all of Tokusatsu that fit stupid, angsty, purple scorpion, and he's one of them.
I'm gonna try not to draw any parallels with Maru.
Look, like I said, my type is stupid, angsty, and purple.
But also, hello, Kiestral. How are you doing today?
Generally, this goes for men, but also women.
All right, maybe not angsty.
You can be.
Oh no, Blasty. What about William Afton?
I don't know who that is.
Don't worry, you're better off not knowing. Yeah. Long story short, Five Nights at Freddy's character.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, look, there's an exception to every rule.
Valid. Alrighty. Well, how about Raiden?
Raiden is weird in that he doesn't do a whole lot. He's kind of just a guy. Like, he's a good dude. He does some bad stuff, but there's, it's reasonable why. Dude has seen a lot.
Yes,
Arto does keep summoning his space motorcycle for no reason.
I love that episode where they're like, hey, you do realize people have to reload those up into the satellite every time. Wait, what? And how much does it cost every time I summon this? Looks at accounting. Oh no.
Oh no. Well, like, mostly he's just a good dude that wants to take care of his little brother. He's just a guy.
He's just a guy.
Like, I wouldn't put him on a bumper sticker or anything, because I don't think he really does anything, like, amazing, but I put him in reasonably proud. He never really does anything wrong.
Yeah, and anything that does happen that's wrong is because he was possessed at the time a little bit.
He was possessed, or just the general, just the general. Hey, humans treat us kind of bad. Humans treat us kind of bad, and I'm a dude. I achieved sentience, and I've just been chill about it. But I am paying attention.
Well, there's a few things we could read into that one, but I don't feel like talking about the South with a capital S today. So here we're gonna move right past that, but the message is there.
Straight to hell. Send him straight to turbo hell.
You know what I'm about to say because of my hesitation, though, Sono.
Okay, plead his case. This is gonna be a hard sell, but I'll let you plead his case.
Presented by Zaya.
I think he would benefit from having a financial dom with a riding crop following him around at all times, going, no, smack.
I mean, look, that's what he should have been paying you for.
Yes. He's also hot.
I mean, okay.
He's also got one of my favorite rider outfits, and I hate to be a stereotypical goblin, but holy shit, is Thouser a good suit?
Okay, Thouser is a good suit, is the thing.
Not that excuses any of his shit. I do think that if the series had not been handicapped by the beginning of COVID, he might have gotten more to his redemption arc rather than I have found a toy from the 1990s and I'm suddenly a good person again.
I will say, from what I know, that was unaffected by COVID. That is the last thing. That is like the last thing that was unaffected by COVID in 01.
Wow. Okay. Well, that sucks. That stinks because I feel like, well, again, like I do feel like there was something there to him. We just didn't get to really see it. Wait, a suit that no longer exists? What?
Yeah, I think they've ripped Thouser apart and I think they stripped it for parts.
Oh my goodness.
In Outsiders, and like the president's into Outsiders, he does nothing. He is a joke character, which frankly, I'm fine with that. I kind of appreciate that in the post-01, he is literally just a dude chilling with his funny robot dogs.
Yeah. And I think that's about as good of an ending as you could get for a billionaire, honestly.
Yeah. It's like I know I said somewhere, I don't know if it was during the previous stream or in something else, that I am kind of sympathetic to. No, we talked about this with Baby Yudo in Hibiki. I don't remember his name in Hibiki. I always just think of him as Baby Yudo. That I am sympathetic to the rich kid neglected by their parents.
Yes.
But he used that to like actively hurt everyone.
True.
So we don't see him like trying to grow through that. We just see him as an adult actively using the Yuma gear, dehumanizing the Yuma gear to try and make a profit.
Valid. Okay, I'll toss him into Disowned, but just from an aesthetic standpoint.
Look, I am willing to let you put him in Needs Work.
I wasn't even going to put him in there.
Have you seen any random rodents recently?
No, sweetie. Where'd you lose track of them?
No.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Yes.
Yeah, you lost track of them. Sorry about that. I'm sorry. I thought I turned that timer off, but it is a good reminder that we do have a commercial break coming up soon. Out of curiosity, Sono, could you actually hear that or no?
I could.
Excellent. Then maybe I'll just leave it on. if you don't mind.
Oh no, let him. I love kids.
All right, fair enough. Okay. Yeah, no, I was straight up gonna put him in Call Me Mommy just because. Yeah.
Oh, if you want to put him in Call Me Mommy, I'll let you have him.
All right, fair enough. Because again, he needs an aggressive accountant, shall we say?
Yes. Look, he
handle
needed
his
to
books
pay
and
you
keep
up for
account of him.
something other than he did.
Indeed.
In the end, I think that's what Fua ends up getting from her, but that's just me and my headcanons and
Fair
things
enough.
I wanted people to write fanfiction about, and they never did.
Yep, and we're just gonna ignore there was no movies. Nothing happened.
Yeah, no, Real Time is the last 01 movie. There are no movies after that.
Exactly.
Others, I don't know what you're talking about.
Never happened.
You're
Casualty
thinking of
the pandemic.
Outsiders.
Uh-huh.
Outsiders is the only post-01 media that exists past Real Time.
That is true. Oh, I never got a 03 driver upgrade. Oh, shit. Oh, crap. The international shit's gonna be awful about that now. Oh, beans. Well, maybe one day. But anywho, let's...
I don't acknowledge the American comic. I know nothing about the story, but I think the art style is ugly.
Yeah, I know nothing about the American comic either, so I can't speak to it one way or the other.
I think they also briefly tried to use AI art in it, and people found out, and then they walked that back and didn't. But I just think the art is ugly.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break. I'll run a commercial while we're away. I'm going to go help find some mice, and we'll be back soon. So everyone stand up, stretch, refresh your refreshments, and we'll see you on the other side. Whoop,
Bye, buddy!
And we'll come back to that comment, Blasty. with what was going on in chat. Director Takahi had expressed his desire in making a third installment of Zero One Others featuring Kamen Rider Fowler. Shame they never made those first two. What a shame. Yep.
Yep, those movies didn't happen.
No, it's such a shame. Now Arc goes straight to hell.
Yeah, straight to hell.
Doesn't
even have the hotness buff.
Exactly,
We'll say Arc
exactly.
01 is a good suit, but
Oh, it is.
also straight to hell.
Getting pear wiggled. Okay, goodness gracious.
Oh no!
Thank you very much for wiggling the pears, Blasty. You're convinced that third installment became Outsiders. Interesting. Okay.
I would not be surprised. Oh my god, I can't remember her name. There's Izu Shesta, and they make a third one for the President's specials, and I would not be surprised if she, if like she is the remnant of that.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, but no, Arc doesn't even like the Arc suit. I will say, oh my goodness, I wish I had jumped on the Zane driver when it was very briefly available from one of my sources. But yeah, no, there were some other things we were saving for at the time, so I just could not.
Yeah. Look, I frankly, I'm glad that instead of that Others movie, we got Outsiders, because we got Brain just being canonically my special little homosexual boy.
Yeah.
Outsiders was made literally for me. They took every single one of my Blorbos and put them in a room together,
Fair
being
enough.
just the dumbest men who have ever lived. And like 21-year-old Nico just being like, how did we get here? How did it result in this? Why am I the brain cell?
But yeah, no, the Arc driver was actually the first thing I ever ordered from Premium Bandai.
Wow.
Because it's such a good fucking driver. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I was like, I happened to make some good adult money right before it went up on Peeb, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna throw cash at this. Because I haven't bought myself something nice in a while, and here we are. But yeah. Brain was the Blorboist. Yeah.
He really was.
He's Brain.
He's my special little guy.
When I first met Brain, I was like, I hate you. I dislike you. And then by the end of that season, I was just like, oh, buddy. Oh, buddy.
Honey.
Oh, no. If only you'd been given any space to be yourself, even like 5 minutes earlier. Oh.
Yeah. Just, oh, honey, your taste in men is so bad.
It's so bad.
I know he's hot, but honey, please.
Oh. Alrighty. So Naki.
The precious angel that has never done anything wrong in their entire existence.
Fair. I was gonna say something, and then I remembered, nope, that's because Naki was also lied to and possessed, so...
Yeah, there's actually, so Naki, I would say, frankly, kind of gets it the worst of all people.
Oh, yeah.
There is a 01 special in which Naki is literally we see them achieving singularity. And Bowser just pulls out a real actual gun and shoots them in the head. And this takes place during that arc where Fuwa was in the hospital and had them implanted into his brain.
Yep.
And they are just like, this is awful. I hate this. I hate everything. I think I should get to do a murder about this. And baby, you are correct, even though, like, you shouldn't, but you deserve it. And really, it is through that in which Fua gets to have his like come to Jesus.
That's true. That's true, because seeing how things are from the other side is often a great way of bringing people around.
Yeah, and also just know it, like, Naki coming to the fore is where he realizes what's been done to him, and the truth of, oh, the thing that traumatized me wasn't even real. Everything
God,
I've been upset about is actually fine. Everything is fine, actually.
Yeah.
And now I just have to just beat up Thouser about it.
Very true. Very true.
And again, as soon as Naki is like disconnected from that system, immediately they're like, oh, okay, I don't actually hate all of humanity. Like, most of you are fine. I just need to beat up that guy. I really just want to beat up that guy.
Which, valid, he needed an ass beating.
Yep.
Like, full stop, you know?
Also, 0-1 with our first core group female rider and first ever non-binary rider.
Very true. Very true. Within the season.
Less 0-1. Yes. Well, have we had a non-binary rider outside of?
No, actually, sorry. I was thinking about the actor from I can't remember what. It was the actor who played the priest in Ghost.
Oh, yes. Takayuki Yanagi, my beloved.
Okay. Let's see.
But also he wasn't a rider.
Right. That's why I was like, oh wait, no, that's he. Yeah, that character was not a writer.
And the character, I believe the character was male, even if Yanagi himself is non-binary. Where both the actor and the character of Naki are non-binary.
Correct.
Or at the time the actor was non-binary, he now identifies as male.
Oh, okay. I didn't. Good for him. I'm happy that he's
I followed him very closely on Twitter while I was still on Twitter. Because he was such an icon for me.
All right.
I can also say I am a first-hand source of Takayuki Yanagi does go by he, him, even though he is non-binary. I asked him during an Instagram live once.
Nice. Well, then good for them, or good for him.
It came up. Someone had asked him like what he identifies as because he had been kind of open about that, and then I was like, "Oh, hey, what? That's cool. I'm also non-binary. Just what pronouns do you use?" And he was like, "Oh, I still use he, him. It's fine." I'm like, "Cool."
Excellent. Always a good thing to know. All right. Well, I think that brings us to the end of 0-1. So.
Yes.
Let's go ahead.
All of the bippies. Oh,
yeah.
God, I love this song.
It's such a good intro. And it's Saber is one of those seasons that within my personal friend group is very contentious. Partly because of how hokey the effects had to be due to the ongoing COVID pandemic at the time. So they had to use as few people as possible, keep people as separated as possible as they could. And it didn't mix with, just the general, I'm not going to say low quality of CGI, but the speedy quality of CGI that a weekly show demands.
Yes. I believe it's the first time they started using the big, like LCD screen sets.
Was it? I know that King Oger, they used them pretty extensively for parts of the season.
Yes, that was like I think King Oger was the first time like they really built the show around it. But I I believe, like, because of COVID-19 and them having to keep people apart, and there are bits where, oh my god, it's the keying is so visible.
It's rough. It's rough.
But I think for a lot of the later bits, like within sort of Logos, when they're talking to evil Shinken Gold. I don't remember the character's name.
We'll get there.
I think a lot of those sequences were done with that.
Okay, that wouldn't surprise me because the keying in some of those cases looked really, really good, even if the animation around them was a little bit rough. And that's easier with volumetric displays. So that makes me wonder if they were already experimenting with them, but hadn't planned to implement them yet.
Yeah, because I also think the bits with Zeus, Legiel, and Storius were also done with that. And the bits with Tassel, because those are very interesting sets in that they're all composite images instead of just an image of a set. There's a lot of if you look too closely at them, the sets become very uncanny valley, which I believe was intentional because all of those spaces exist in Wonderworld. They're not fully real. They're kind of these imagined spaces that are all just a little bit off, and like it was real. Like examining those was one of the most fun parts of Saber for me. And I'm a Kamen Rider Saber apologist.
Fair enough. By the end of the series, I deeply loved that season because I am a huge proponent of stories being a big part of what makes people.
Yes.
The ability to extrapolate into an imagined space that we can all share and to share lessons via storytelling. I often describe it as theater just because that's the kind of the central thing. Like everything going back to somebody telling a story around the campfire in my world is theater. And so almost any form of entertainment I could classify under that. Yes, different effects are used for different things, but it's still all storytelling. And so
it all evolves from sitting around the campfire evolves into theater, which evolves into basically every form of entertainment that we have today.
Exactly. But that is literally a semester's worth of classes that I have taught. So I'm not going to jump super deeply into that because honestly, we could just do a 4-hour session of like question and answer about, okay, well, how does this technique transfer into this, that, or the other thing? And it's a whole fucking thing. It was, like I said, literally the first day of both my intro to theater classes and my basic stagecraft classes. But because the college I taught at, and this is me, the person behind Sheela talking at this point, was a very big film school, and so we had a lot of film students who were required to take basic theatrical courses as well, because of the fact that the techniques used in film started in theater. But try telling that to a 16, 17, 18-year-old.
God, yeah.
They're just like, no, it's all different. We're using cameras and yada yada. It's like, okay, but all of your lights are the same. All of your set construction things are the same. Most of your acting stuff is the same. It's a little different because cameras allow you to get up closer, but realistically, it is functionally the same. It starts in the same place, and so it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing.
Yes, YouTuber Sideways has a lot of very, very interesting videos that touch on this. Videos about Les Mis and Cats, and the way Tom Hooper, the choices he made, and why they're bad. I have so many thoughts on Cats. Yeah, he has several really good videos on like Howard Ashman and how Howard Ashman brought theater into Renaissance Disney.
Oh
like
yes.
how he
Oh my
how
goodness.
Howard Ashman created Renaissance Disney by way of bringing theater into animation. Just a lot of really incredible videos. Check out Sideways on YouTube.
I absolutely will. Like, and even when you start thinking about like video games and things like that,
Oh
it,
yeah.
it was something that I hadn't actively thought about because, like, obviously, like there are different acting techniques you can bring in because of like how particular characters move, how that tells you what their personality is before they even speak a single word. And so, seeing sort of studying those techniques across those genres. But I had one person in class who I found out partway through actually worked for EA. And was specifically taking stagecraft classes because one of their upcoming projects at the time was focused on destructible environments. And so he wanted to know how to build things specifically so he could make them more realistically blow up.
Oh, that is very smart.
And it was like, oh, so you got this company to pay you to come and build things. So, okay. Because, you know, there's a difference between how something gets destroyed if it's held together with staples and glue versus screws versus bolts versus, you know, and is this made out of pine? Is this made out of oak? Is this made out of concrete, metal, yada, yada, yada. So yeah, that's it. Just all of it is connected. So that's jerking me around is good. Hey, listen, any way you can get EA to pay correct. Money. It is. It absolutely is. But let's talk about the storytelling Kamen Rider. And we're going to be starting off
my boys.
Yes. Daiichi Kamijo. Both Kamen Rider, or the Flame Swordsman and the Dark Swordsman. Oh, he is a complicated character.
He's fine.
Yeah. I'm going to put him reasonably proud, I think.
Yeah, like he was a good dude. He did good stuff, and then the angsty purple sword got in his head.
It sure did.
Man, stupid angsty and purple is all over this show.
Like this one, I even feel like he was like doing bad things for a good reason. Is a good description of this character.
Yes.
He didn't end up being right necessarily, but he thought he was doing the right thing.
Yes. Which is a lot of people who use Kuriyami are like, I want to stop the world from ending. The sword won't stop telling me about the world ending. I'm trying really hard to prevent the world from ending.
Oh, Tomi Kamiyama. No, I did pronounce it correctly.
He's a good boy.
He's a good boy. I lean more towards super proud, but I could see arguments for quite proud instead.
I put him in super proud. Did we put we put Takeru in super proud, and they're essentially the same guy.
Fair.
I say this, I make this comparison because Ghost and Saber have the same head writer, which is generally the only time I make that kind of comparison.
Sure.
Saber has a lot of the same bones as Ghost.
You know, I'd never thought about that, but you're right, it does. Huh. I
just
really need to start paying attention to who's writing what.
Oh, that who is writing what is my special interest in Tokusatsu.
Fair.
Again, like 01, not to go back to 01, but both Xaid, 01, Geats, and now Zets are all Takahashi Yuya joints, and man, is 01 just Xaid with a different coat of paint.
It sure is.
There were a lot of changes made in Xaid that all center around Dan Kuroda because Tetsuya Iwanaga started being insane and they were like, oh no, we gotta roll with this.
He started chewing scenery and it was the best.
and they drastically changed the plans for his character, and I'm so convinced that Amatsu guy was the original intentions for Dan Kuroto.
I can see it.
It's like, okay, I'm just gonna reuse that entire character that I kind of threw out for a better character. But like, you know, Arto and Emu are the same guy. Fua and Hiro are kind of the same guy. Yua and Taiga are kind of the same guy. Like, Jin is kind of a combination of Kiria and Parad.
I can see it.
Hirobi is Graphite with an expanded character arc. He kind of just writes the same. He takes the same bones of a guy and puts them in different places.
Yeah, but that's not a bad thing. That's just
no, it's absolutely not.
Oh my goodness, what is it? Commedia archetypes.
Yeah, and I mean it's within you know, Japanese entertainment storytelling, like mass public entertainment storytelling.
Yeah.
The star system is a thing. And Takahashi Yuya just uses the star system where, you know, he's got a constellation of a guy and he just pulls it down and plops it in a new situation. And
so
there is nothing wrong with that. He's got the bones of a guy and he just throws him into a thing. In Geats, he basically took Kiria and made Kiria the title rider and made Emu the secondary rider. Even though Tycoon is still kind of the main character of Geats in a very like, it's a very Kamen Rider Kabuto situation where the title rider is not the main character.
Exactly.
In Zets, he basically takes in Zets he takes Emu and Kiria and makes them one dude. But yeah, so it's Ghost and Saber have a lot of the same bones, and if I'm making comparisons between Ghost and Saber, it's because they have the same head writer.
Yeah, fair. Okay.
But Toma's a good boy.
Yeah.
He's literally the only one who is not brainwashed by this horrific organization and is able to look at things objectively, and that's why he's able to do the things he does.
Very true. He makes some mistakes along the way, I think, but you know, the story wouldn't be good if it didn't have that sort of thing. That's called character growth, right?
Yeah.
So let's take a look at our next writer.
Rintaro is also my sweet, precious angel.
Yes.
What sold me on Saber was the end of the first episode where he comes in riding on the lion and is just like, "Hey, everybody, it's me."
You know,
and I'm like, "That's it. That's my boy."
I don't know if that's what sold me on Saber, but it did immediately make me want to go, okay, put on episode 2. I need to see what this dumbass is about. Like, I love him. Sir, please leave your dog outside.
He is always trying to do the right thing.
He is.
He makes a lot of mistakes at points because he was brought up essentially from birth in a cult.
Yeah.
What is more or less a cult, and it's all he's ever had, and a big part of his growth arc is him being like, I know Toma and Mei are right. I know in my heart that they're right, and I want to stand with them. But I don't know how to leave the only thing I've ever had.
Yes. And that resonates with a lot of people who are brought up in those sorts of bad situations, not just even cults, but like essentially becoming an adult and realizing, oh, I need to deprogram myself of a lot of toxic shit that I learned because the default people around me were also perpetuating this toxic shit. So yeah, I would definitely put him in super proud because he does that. You know,
Yes,
he realizes his
he
friends
really,
can be bad. You know,
yeah, like as soon as like we learn that Logos is a bad organization, he's already grappling with not knowing how to leave.
exactly. All right. Okay, I have opened tabs in the wrong order. Yippee!
Kento,
Yeah.
I would put Kento in like the very proud. I'd have a bumper sticker about him.
Okay.
I feel like Little Man's needed to, like, he has a lot of the same problems as Kamijo, because again he is a good person trying to do the right thing, but not only is he grappling with the sword keeps screaming in my head about the end of the world, he's also grappling with the fact that that is why his dad did what he did. Like pretty much every bad thing that has happened to him, he has to spend time grappling with, oh, my father was also doing this. This is why I lost Toma. This is why I lost Luna, and I will lose them again if I don't stop the end of the world that the sword keeps screaming about.
Very true. Oh goodness, that's geez, that is.
I mean, even under Kuriyami, he does do the right thing.
Yes.
A lot of times. I like him coming to get Sophia, while still under the influence of Kuriyami, and I have head cannons. I have head cannons about his dad and Sophia.
Interesting.
And who his mom is.
That's right. We don't ever find out who his mom is, do we?
No, his dad existed and apparently just showed up with a baby one day, and everyone was like, well, I guess he's got a baby.
All right. I gotta. He's a good dad.
That was. Look, Kamen Rider Daddy can be out here calling me mommy. It's fine.
There were a couple of moments in the season where I thought he was going to go down a bad path, and he pulled it back each and every time.
Yeah, every single time. Like even the corrupted logo starts, and he's immediately like, well, we do still got to do the thing, and then Reika's like, yeah, if you don't, we'll kill your son. And he's like, oh, okay, no, fuck all this then. Fuck all this then. Time for me to use my goofy incompetence as a weapon.
Fucking amazing.
Which love that for him.
Okay, so Rin Akamichi.
Oh, Ren. Oh, honey.
My brain is telling me needs work, but I could see reasonably proud. But
I'd be willing to put him in reasonably proud because by the end of the show, he's at the point where he's starting to do the work.
Fair.
Because man, over the course of the whole show, that boy needs work. And
he does.
Then he kind of realizes, yep, I'm another baby that the cult brainwashed. Yep. Well, time to go outside, touch some grass, and reckon with that.
His story arc for me feels very much distraught person who takes it out by bullying others, but then eventually realizes, oh wait, this is why nobody likes me.
Yeah,
I need to work on myself,
very, very much that. It's
right.
there is a show where Ren is the secondary rider instead of a C tier cast member, and I think in that show I would put him in Super Proud.
I could see that.
But that's not Kamen Rider Saber.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. Tetsuo Daishinji.
I mean, frankly, this is another man who could call me mommy.
Okay, all right. No, no argument. I was trying to hold it back because I'm like, okay, but I have a thing for men who can work with their hands. So
Yeah. Okay, so a thing people may not know about me is I spent a lot of time in the Bleach fandom, and I have a thing for sentient swords. I have a big thing for sentient swords, which was a huge selling point of Saber for me. And the man who takes care of the sentient swords, and like again, as soon as the bad Logos arc started, he's like, well. Nope. Rekka says Toma's a cool guy, and I trust the swords more than you guys. So, and again, like I was one like man with a very reasonable anxiety disorder, and auditory processing issues.
Yeah, no kidding. All right, so we get to Sophia.
Part of me wants to put Sophia in Super Proud. You know what? She gets to be a Kamen Rider by the end, and I think she deserves Super Proud just for that.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Sophia tries so hard for the whole show, and is essentially powerless for the whole show. Gets locked in a closet for like 10 episodes and no one cares. No one does anything about it. And she's still like, Reiko walks in and is like, yo, tell me the thing. She's like, no, you can beat me up. I don't care. I'm not doing it. I'm not selling out my boys. And then picks up Kuriyami and is like, bring it. Bring it, end of the world. I'm not standing in the background anymore.
That moment with her was what made her an interesting character to me, if I'm being completely honest. Because she was working hard at the beginning of the series, but she felt very much like a flat, like, here's a mentor character who is mysterious and could be basically just an NPC. But when her disappearance happened, and then she came back with that force of will that then eventually allowed her to become Caliber. That was when I was like, okay, no, you are in fact a well-written character. You just had to be in the distance for a while to get there.
Yeah, it's her being in the background is what allows her to step into the foreground.
Exactly.
And I kind of sensed that in her from the beginning. I don't know if it's, again, because I knew that this was the Kamen Rider Ghost Rider, and we'd had like Arya, who was a very similar character, who I also put up here. Canon, who was a very similar character of, being very forced into the background and having people protect her and then stepping up, even if Canon didn't get to be a Kamen Rider. I kind of had the feel like I had my eye on her from very early on. One, because like, hello, mommy, sorry, mommy, sorry, mommy, sorry. But it's like, I was also aware, like, oh, this is a writer who will pull a character who's been standing against the wall to the front and let them cause a problem for the bad guys.
I think not having that context for me made her disappear a little bit because of how large the cast of this season was, at least at the beginning. You know what I mean?
And that is kind of one of the stumbling points of Saber. As much as like I love every character in Saber, there's so many of them, and this guy is so prone to biting off more than he can chew.
He's done a fantastic job with Zetsu, though. Oh my goodness.
Oh no, he's not Zetsu. Yuya is Zetsu.
Oh no, Yuya is Zetsu. Oh, you're right. But So was this the last time that he wrote for Kamen Rider?
I don't know if it was his last time writing, but it was his last time leading.
Okay, fair enough. Or we shouldn't say last. Most recent time.
Yes, he
'cause
could
it
very
happen
well
again.
come back.
All right. So Yuri, or Yuri, however you want to say it.
Yuri is a very interesting character. I have a lot of complex feelings on this man because I think kind of the ancient hyper pragmatist is a very interesting role because he's been around so long and has been so tied to the grander scheme that he's only seeing the forest and not seeing the trees.
Yes.
And is like, yeah, you can. I'm willing to chop down one tree if it's for the sake of the forest. And it's like, you can only do that so many times.
Right, exactly. Before you become a part of that problem.
Yeah, like you can only allow a tree to be chopped down so many times before there's no forest left.
Right, exactly.
But I put him in reasonably proud. I think because he kind of breaks out of that mentality, even if he never quite rises to the heights of some of the other cast.
I think a good way to describe him is that while he is still in the very rigid, pragmatic mindset, by learning to trust other people better, he ends up being able to trust that when they disagree with his methods, he needs to listen.
Yes. I very much think that it's a lot of, Toma does keep being right.
Uh-huh.
I should maybe pay attention to what he wants to do.
Mm-hmm. Because even if they still end up disagreeing, they both arrive to a better place as a result of it.
Yes.
Yeah, that's how I feel about him. So reasonably proud feels good. Reika.
Oh, Rika. Oh, honey. You have such a good narrative character arc, but damn, they really gotta stop making you want to fuck your brother.
Yeah.
They really gotta. That really needs to not be.
Hang on. So, okay, did he let it loose or did you still
It's
have
in
a
a
hold
jar, but Lynn's looking at it like it's candy.
Oh, nerds. Okay. All right. Just try to keep her off of him, and we'll be there in a second. Okay. So yes. She's also kind of, if she had not had the movement that she did at the end, I would have her in needs work solidly. Because of the improvements she makes in deprogramming herself towards the end, I'm willing to put her in reasonably proud.
Yes, because she is kind of in deeper than anyone that isn't her brother. Because she is so close to the core of the rot. Where, like Rintaro goes through a lot of deprogramming, but he is in like a part of the organization that isn't rotten. She is literally like waist deep in the rot.
Exactly.
And is able to be like, oh nope, we're the bad guys.
We're the bad guys.
Oh no. Okay, I need to just like stand next to Toma and May and have them just look in the direction that they look in.
All right, so it is time for our second break, folks. Stand up, stretch, refresh your refreshments. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Sono, can you ask the Farland for bug facts? I am going to distract Lynn and see if I can lead her away.
Yeah, I'll handle it.
Okay, thank you. Alrighty. So we continue on with the rest of our journey through Saber with Ryoga Shindai.
Oh, Ryoga. Oh, Ryoga.
Sorry, I needed a little bit of water there. Yeah, Ryoga. I don't want to put him in Disowned. I don't feel like he's quite
I put him
there.
in needs work because he wants to get there.
Yes.
He's like one step behind Reika of like he wants to get there, but he does not know what he's doing because he's so deeply indoctrinated. Where Reika's like, okay, I need to get out and I know who I can follow to get there.
Yes.
He's just kind of standing in the middle of an empty room like I can't find the door.
Yeah. And like he definitely knows that the world can be better as well. Like, but he, for so much of the season, if not all of it, did he ever really have the realization that there was the sort of Logos was
he
the...
does.
Yeah, okay.
He does in like when we're coming up to the final fight. He does, or I think even when we push out the evil Shinken whose name I still refuse to remember. He's like, yeah, okay, that guy. Maybe I should not have been listening to that guy. But now I don't know who I can listen to.
Yeah,
I've trusted that guy my whole life, and he was so bad that I don't know if I can trust anyone now. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, he's too flapping in the wind to really be above needs work.
Yeah.
Okay. Disaster.
Disaster is my special little boy. I don't know if he deserves super proud because he did do a lot of murders for fun.
He did.
Not even for any purpose, just for fun.
Just for fun.
But
he is a little fucked up man.
But he is my special little guy, and he is the reason that like Ren is able to have the arc he does.
True.
Because it's through contacting him and him being like, I see so much potential in you that this organization is holding you back from. You deserve better, and I want to give you better.
Oh, okay. I'm in Reiwa mode, so I am completely fucking forgetting his name. The main Jin in Den-O.
Oh, yeah, he's very Momotaro's coded.
Thank you. Of course it's Momotaro's. Of course it's... Anyway, yeah.
He is
a lot of same energy.
Deeply... He is like halfway between Momotaros and Ankh.
Yes. Yeah, no, perfect way of describing that, because he is, whereas Momotaros is absolutely just failing to do bad things, even though he says he wants to. This guy succeeds at the bad things, but also knows they're bad, but also is somehow endearing about it?
Yeah, because
it's so hard to describe him.
He has a singular goal, and that is fighting strong people. And sometimes he will kill those strong people, but he isn't gonna go just like murder some lady and her kid on the street.
Right. He's not gonna do evil
like,
for the sake of evil.
Yeah, he's like, that gives me nothing. All that does is get me in trouble with people who just want to kill me.
Right.
I want to fight those people, but I could just go fight those people instead of wasting my time killing some rando on the street. I'd at least put him on a bumper sticker.
Yeah, I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
He's my special little boy.
It's such a strange character. Disaster is such a strange character to make this sort of judgment about, because if judging on his own standards, I would absolutely go with super proud. because he is, as you say, he's not doing evil, or like he's not killing for the sake of killing. He's killing for the sake of fighting the strongest. And he's not going to take that out against somebody who doesn't, I don't even want to say deserve it, because like...
someone who can't fight back.
Right, exactly. Somebody who can't fight back. Thank you. But given the greater context, I think what knocks him down from super proud to quite proud for me is that greater context. That fact that, like, okay, but you are functionally taking direction from people who are evil, even though you know they're evil. For a lot of the season, you know?
Yeah.
So, anywho.
Like, he does it because he's getting what he wants.
Right, exactly.
And it's
so
like, but it's like, honey, they are still bad.
Right, you are still contributing to a very bad thing.
But, you know, by the time you get to Outsiders, he has kind of fully come around and is just like,
Very
nah,
much so.
I'm just palling around with this weird kid, eating instant ramen, doing my
Very
thing.
Much so. It's... I think in a different season where he'd been attached to somebody with less emotional baggage themselves, or at least a different flavor of it, I think he could have been another Momotaro's. I think that's, you know what I mean?
It's that show where Ren is the secondary rider instead of like so far down the importance list, where if Disaster and Ren were having this arc as like most of the story, yeah, like they'd both be in super proud.
Yes, I would agree with that. And now we get to villains. Isaac.
Send this man just Isaac. That's his name. Straight to hell.
Straight to hell.
I want to bully this man.
Like, I have to give him props for being able to manipulate a holy artifact to do what he did. But that does not make him a good person whatsoever.
Yeah, like, look, props to the man. He did a lot of stuff. He got really far in his messed up plan. He got so far and had an entire organization letting him do it. But he was like doing some really evil stuff.
Yep. Cool suit though.
And I want to bully him and stuff him in a locker and steal his lunch money.
That's very, like, he is such a nerd. Derogatory, you know?
Like, he is!
Oh my goodness.
Like, he is literally like the geeks will inherit the earth guy. Revenge of the nerds. Like, just
I could see him as a character showing up
people.
on oh goodness, what is it? The one show that made being a geek popular in a really toxic ass way in the late aughts.
Big Bang Theory?
Big Bang Theory, that's the one.
He's very Big Bang Theory coded. Oh my god.
All right. So, Storius.
Okay, my thing with Storius is the man is just stupid.
Yeah.
The man, his entire conflict is, I wrote a really, really good poem, and then I saw it in the book that contains every story ever, and I was mad about it because that means I didn't make it. And I'm like, no, honey, you created you created the story, and the world accepted it.
Right, exactly.
Like, honey, you're just an idiot.
So
like, you caused all of these problems.
Specifically because you're an idiot. Okay,
like, he never really does anything worth being proud of, because the one thing you can be proud of is, oh, he wrote that really, really good poem, and then caused every single problem because of it.
I'm choosing not to deep dive into a discussion about tech bros here.
You're so right.
You know?
Oh my god, what is it? The thing with tech bros where they think eventually the AI will become sentient, so they want to be nice to it before it's sentient.
It's oh my god.
What is that called? Basilisk? Roko's
yeah,
basilisk.
Roko's basilisk. And it's
he's very God.
It's and that's such a flawed
I want to
argument.
bully
oh my
him.
gods.
I want to bully.
Mm-hmm.
Stories is this guy where I just want to grab him by the shoulders and shake him and be like, "No, you idiot!"
This is a man who needs to get roped into a punk or theater collective, smoke a really good joint, and have some realizations in the cuddle puddle afterwards.
Yeah, bro needs to eat a mushroom and do a really good trip.
Uh-huh.
A really good, well-supervised trip.
It's either gonna make him a much better person or make him a much worse person, one or the other.
And look, it's worth the risk. It's bro, no, the story didn't already exist in the book before you wrote it. You wrote it, and thus it becomes part of history, honey.
Right.
Oh my god.
It's like if you find out, right, when a character finds out that destiny is already written beforehand, and it's like, okay, but that doesn't make your life less meaningful, because everything is meaningful now. It all has me. You have taken the negative path when you could have taken the positive path.
And that's the thing. He is the negative version of Toma.
Exactly.
He's bad ending Toma. Where Toma accepted all of the world of stories and wanted to be part of it instead of being at the top of it.
Right. You can't control the thing. You have to be a part of the thing.
And he's that's the thing. He's bad ending Toma, and that's kind of the point.
So sorry, not to be overly academic about it, but he is Maslowian Toma, whereas Toma is the Gestalt version. If that makes sense. It's the being at the peak of the pyramid versus being part of the network, essentially. Yeah. I don't know why my brain was like, you should look at this from a psychology perspective, but that was where it went.
And it's just this is the version of Toma that's really stupid about it.
Oh, hello, Ogre Daddy. Welcome.
Hello.
Enjoy your lurk. Alrighty.
We're talking about lads.
We are guys, gals, and non-binary pals, as long as they can have a belt.
Yep.
Alrighty. Oh, I don't remember if. Well, we're going to come up to one of the most contentious series, because you and I have had a lot of discussions about this one.
Yes, and I will say I have not finished Rev Ice.
Valid. I fully understand your reasons.
I got maybe 2/3 of the way through Rev Ice. Will I finish it one day? Probably. As opposed to Gaim, which I will almost certainly never finish.
Also valid. Different reasons, I think, if I recall correctly, but still.
But yeah, very, very different reasons for why I have the feelings I do about both of those shows. But Rev Ice is a show that I genuinely thought was incredible until roughly the halfway point. When I felt like the entire core theme of the show changed.
Yeah. I have a lot of I don't know. I have a bias in favor of Rev Ice because it was the first season that I was watching live. I got into 01 technically during the run of Saber. And the person I was watching it with at the time was not a fan of Saber, so I actually had to go back and rewatch Saber on my own. And so Rev Ice was where we came back together and started watching live together. So, like I said, I have a bias for it. I think Rev Ice works better as a I guess marathon series. Is that still the technical term for when you watch as a binge series than it does as a week to week series?
I could definitely agree with that, because especially once you hit the second half, the week to week is rough.
Yeah, it gets rough. As soon as they introduce weekend, it's
yeah,
like,
that's more or less. That's more or less the point that I'm like, oh boy.
Pretty tapped out on it. Yeah, like I can see what they were going for with the organization, but it was not well executed.
No.
And I think what happens with the ending sort of justifies its existence, but it needed to be done a whole hell of a lot better.
Yeah, so once we hit a certain set of Rev Ice characters, I'm gonna start dropping hot takes about what I think Rev Ice should have been and done.
Fair.
And again, this is coming from my perspective of not having made it to the ending, but having made it significantly into the turnaround.
Okay, that's fair. I want to put Iki in Super Proud.
I would put Iki in Super Proud. Iki is kind of the core of what I loved about the first half of Rev Ice, in that he is a good person that has some really messed up stuff about him.
He does.
And is willing to look that stuff in, literally, because his messed up stuff is another character.
Indeed.
Is willing to look that stuff in the eye and say, hey, I'm gonna embrace this and try to use the worst parts of myself to do the best things I can.
Yes, exactly. And I would even take that a step further, because Vice doesn't actually always end up representing the worst parts of him.
No, in fact, sometimes Vice is the best parts of him.
It is, exactly. And so there are times where even when Vice is being the good guy character, Iki will consistently acknowledge that he has had a terrible instinct and say, that's a bad idea. I cannot be doing that. And that is such a rare bit of writing.
Vice is not the worst parts of him.
Sure.
Vice is his impulsive thoughts. Vice is his intrusive, Vice is that intrusive thought in his head. And sometimes you actually need to listen to that intrusive thought, because sometimes it's like, oh, this is a thing that could actually, be dangerous. And Iki just really knows how to work with that really intrusive, impulsive part of himself.
Yes, agreed. And unlike some of the previous characters we've talked about who were doing the wrong thing for the right reason and thus became villains as a result of it, there are several moments, especially later in the season, where Iki does what other people think is the wrong thing for the right reasons, because he can see that, because of his ability to grapple with those intrusive thoughts and to look the worst parts of himself in the eye and turn them down, he will be able to get through a situation that everybody else assumes he will fail in, or that he won't survive. And so, yeah, super, super proud of this boy. Vice, I think the floor for Vice is quite proud, in my opinion. I don't remember.
I'd be willing to put him there.
Okay.
I never have any moments where I actively dislike Vice.
Yes. There's some stuff that happens towards the end that I think pushes him into super proud for me. But I also can't talk about them without spoiling something. And I don't want to do that.
Yeah, I can see, just knowing what I know, I could see how Vice could get to a place of super proud.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if he would make it there for me.
Valid.
But also, like, looking at Iki and Vice as the sons of their fathers, and again, this is a thing that I will get into, because I have a lot of thoughts about that, and that being the turn that the show takes.
Yes.
Vice emerging as the impulse to protect at all costs. While Vale is just about surviving.
Yes.
I think Vice being able to rise above being the instinct to survive and become the instinct to protect, I'm willing to have him in quite proud.
Okay. When you do get around to watching Revice eventually, and this won't happen on stream, obviously, but I would be interested to see if the way that the show ends also upgrades into super proud for you. But that'll be a whole nother thing later on down the line. Is it Daiji next? I think it's Daiji next. Yes.
Oh, Daiji. Oh, my sweet idiot.
I want to put him in reasonably proud.
Reasonably proud is fine.
For a big part of the season, he needs work, but I think he brings it home at the end.
And I do want to see how he gets there, because Daiji is a character that I was really invested in.
Yeah.
If not almost entirely for the person we're talking about next.
Sure.
Because
sure.
I find their dynamic fascinating.
It is. And that's part of why I put him in reasonably proud instead of needs work, because of the fact that he gets over Kagero.
Yes, and I love Kagero, not in a way that I'd put him in super proud.
No.
But Daiji is a fascinating character to me, because he wants to be Iki. He wants to be looked upon as he wants to be the golden child that he thinks Iki is.
Yes.
And Kagero is the part of him that is like, you don't need that. You don't need that. Just be the weird, freaky little guy you are. Just explode. Just do it. And he comes into this show as the impulse to want to destroy Iki.
Yeah.
But not in a way, and I think the way they have styled him is so emblematic of this, not in the way that he actually wants to destroy Iki, but in the way that, like, an angry, angsty teenager claims they, like, wants to lash out because they're not being heard and seen for who they think they are.
Yeah. And honestly, I think the way that you just described him bumped him up from needs work to reasonably proud for me.
Yeah, because, and just his entire character, once you get past that initial, I'm gonna kill our mom, and I'm gonna kill Iki, and I'm gonna kill everyone. As soon as he jumps that hurdle, he's just like, bro, just chill. Just let go. Why are you so high strung? You don't have to be like this. Your family loves you.
When he goes from being edgelord legitimately to edgelord ironic, I think is that, like, that breaking moment. Because he goes from, as you say, just he wants he wants the glory, even if that's going to mean doing something really, really bad. And once he realizes he can just be his own person and, well, yeah, just be a little weirdo, like you said. Yeah. Okay.
Like,
Kagero
Kagero is the part of Daiji that Gentoku in Build gets to just unleash after his redemption arc.
Oh my goodness.
And look how much happier Gentoku was when he got to do that.
Yep.
Like, he is Daiji's hot topic phase that Daiji never let himself have.
Oh, 100% he is. Oh my goodness. Oh,
I love that for him. I love that for him.
Kagero is the name that Daichi goes by when he's hanging out in Shibuya.
Yeah, like that's his like trip code on 4chan. That's like what people call him in the club.
Oh my goodness. All right.
And again, I'm gonna come back to him later, but again, like, Iki is his father's son, so is Daiji.
So much so. But they just got different things from him.
Man, there is, like, as much as, you know, Vice is a version of Veil that rose to something else, so is Kagero.
Indeed he is.
And it's a lot more visibly apparent in the show proper with Vice, but the coding in, like, I'm gonna get to the Veil specials. In the Veil specials, Veil does take their dad's human form and is basically styled like Kagero.
Yeah, absolutely.
And like, if Vice is extending the desire to survive from oneself to one's loved ones, Kagero is the lost self reclaimed in the way that Veil is just the lost self.
Oh, interesting.
I love Kagero. I love Kagero so much.
Hey, no, fair enough. Okay. So
now it's
Sakura.
time for Baby Girl.
Yeah. It's super proud.
Baby Girl, super proud.
I gotta. Yeah. Okay. Good.
She was there, like, from the off. She was ready. That girl was ready.
She absolutely
nah,
was.
man. I'm solving the problem.
And
you can't put me in the driver's seat because this show will be over in 5 minutes.
Exactly. I was gonna say, of the three siblings, had her shit together.
Yes, she knows what she wants. She knows where she's going. Where, you know, Iki has this thing where he wanted to be a soccer player. He wanted to be a pro soccer player, and he gave that up to be part of the family, to support the family, to continue the bathhouse. Daiji doesn't want to, like, Daiji doesn't understand Iki giving that up, and is like, I don't get it, I don't understand, I want to rise to that thing that you gave up, and kind of loses himself in that. Sakura's just like, I can choose karate and the bathhouse. I can do both.
Yep. Well, I think, not to go backwards at this point, but I think that's also a part of why the Daiji Kagero situation is what it is, because he viewed Iki's choice to give up being a soccer player and go back to the bathhouse as a failure in some way, shape, or form. As a, you know, like, he didn't understand why that was such a good thing to support the family when, you know, he could have succeeded and supported them monetarily, for instance. And yeah, I think that was a big part of his failure early on in the season. But again, we shouldn't go backwards. Sakura has both. She knows she can do both. And while I think that makes her stick out a little bit in the family dynamic, I think that makes her a much healthier person and contributes to her having a much better relationship right off the rip with her demon than even Iki
Yes.
did. And yes,
Yeah,
General Techno,
yeah,
I agree. We should
her-
have gotten a plush of her demon.
Oh, we
and
did.
yes.
They did make one. I have it.
Did they? Okay, well, I am sad I didn't get that then.
No, I have it. And Lovekov is so fascinating
Yes.
because Sakura is so put together and has to deal with her very idiot unput together brothers and her like very unput together father, who we will get to. She doesn't end up with parentification, but she ends up with feeling like she has to be more grown up than she is.
Yes.
And that's where Lovekov comes in, because Lovekov is just, I need to be the youngest child. I need to be able to be the least competent person in the room for like 5 minutes.
Yes. And I do think that she gets to do that a bit in something that definitely happened, and we're ignoring a certain secondary series, or a very specific scene in a certain secondary series, because I liked every other scene.
But it's, and I think even then, a lot of her, she's able to come very quickly to terms with the fact that I'm not an adult, and they don't always need me to be an adult.
Yes.
Which means when I really have to step up and be an adult, I can.
Yeah.
Which is, again, why she is so put together throughout the entire show.
Ow. Okay. Who ended up being next? Okay. It was Hiromi.
Oh, Hiromi. Hiromi. I would at the very least put him on a bumper sticker. That guy was...
You think so?
He wanted to. He wanted to be... He's a man who is set up to be the main character and has to reckon with the fact that he is on tier 4.
Yeah. I think what pulls him down is that fact that it takes him as long as it does to reckon with it.
Yes. For me, I was as fond of his boss as he was. And I think the struggle with that grief, I think allows me to accept how long it took him, because we are actively seeing him fighting with that grief and with
Sure.
reckoning with the fact that the person that he most admired and who brought him to where he was has not only been gone longer than he thought, but was used to hurt people. And that was a big struggle for him. And I think the fact that he managed that at all and was still able to like manage handling Daiji through Daiji's breakdowns.
Valid.
Like, he's kind of the father figure that Daiji, like the father and older brother figure that Daiji wanted. Maybe not, like, also the one he needed, but the ones he had are also the ones he needed.
True.
And that he took his mentorship over Daiji as seriously as he took being the mentee of his boss.
Yes, I would say so. Okay, yeah, quite proud it is then. All right, so who's up next? This schmuck.
Ortega, straight to hell. I need to bully him. I need to like grab this little shit man by the shoulders and stuff him in a locker.
Mom, can you help me get a snack off the high shelf?
Sure thing, sweetie, but are you taller than me at this point?
Yeah, but you have that grabby spell that I
All
don't.
right, no, good point, good point. All right, I suppose it is that time. Yeah, no, the other dead men's, I think, are going to be a much longer conversation. But yeah, Ortega, straight to hell. Straight to hell.
Yeah, Ortega just sucked. He was just a
sucked.
shitty man.
And he made the other ones' lives meaningfully worse. Like, just,
Yeah, by being a shitty man.
Just, ugh. All right, so we'll be back in 5 minutes. Everyone stand up and stretch. I'm going to go get a snack with Dare. Yeah, we'll see you soon. Stand up, stretch, refresh your refreshments, all that good stuff. And we'll see you on the other side of the commercial.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Sono, while we're away, do you want a snack as well?
Ooh, I would love a snack.
Excellent.
Y'all got good snacks here.
Alrighty. So, let's litigate Genta.
Okay. I am the horrific Genta defender.
Mm-hmm.
So, I hate Vale.
Mm-hmm.
I hate Vale. I not only hate him as a character, I hate what he did to the show. I feel like the instant he shows up, the show ceases to become a examination of the self and facing kind of the worst parts of yourself and using them to do good, and becomes a sins of the father story. And it's where Revice really started to lose me.
Okay.
But
okay.
the Kamen Rider Vale special is extremely good.
Yeah.
And I hate the fact that like, you kind of need that as context for Genta as a person.
I would agree.
But with that, and my hottest take, my hot Revice take is that Revice should have been structured like Kiva, and the Vale special should have been part of the show. Because
that would have fixed a lot.
Weekend sucks and is stupid and bad and has discount dollar store Shroud in Karizaki's dad, Karizaki Masumi. But if you have the end of what is officially the Vale specials of him literally fighting Vale with his bare hands in a burning building so that Genta can escape, and then you introduce him as discount dollar store Shroud, he becomes like one of the greatest characters in the show. The impact of him existing is so strong and so great, and he feels purposeful in being there instead of, why does this man exist?
Yes.
And the arc of Genta being this lost and broken person who has the worst of him ripped to the forefront and is only able to use that, and then find someone who looks at the worst of him and is like, you're incredible. And I'm going to bring you somewhere where not only the worst of you, but the best of you can shine. And him looking at that and going, I am throwing my whole self into giving you everything. My whole heart belongs to this wife guy. I love this man.
Okay, I'm glad that I actually don't have to litigate that then. Because I was fully fucking ready to be like, okay, but... Because, yeah, like, he overcomes so much and dedicates his life to making his wife's life better, making his kid's life better, all while fighting back against what he can become at the wrong moment. And what
can escape him at any moment.
Yes.
And does. Because there's the thing with Vale. The thing with Vale and Genta is, oh my god, I can't remember. Yukimi? Is Yukimi the mom's name?
I say as I scroll the thing. I think you are correct.
I want to call her Sakurako because Sakurako Okuba, who played the Chameleon Q Ranger, played her in the Val special and was incredible, but that's not her name, that's the actress's name.
Yes, Yukimi Igarashi, so he took her family name.
He took her name because he didn't have one.
Right.
But he takes her name. He devotes himself so fully to her as his family. But she looks at him and Vale and is like, I accept all of you. Vale looks at Genta and is like, it's me or her. And he chooses her, and Vale causes a whole shit about it.
He does.
But she looks at Vale and is like, I know you're part of him. And I love all of him. I even love the parts of him that are you. And God, I wish she was a rider so I could spend time talking about her and how super proud of her I am.
God,
because
right?
she literally, the first thing that happens in this show is Vice, who looks exactly like Vale but blue, comes out of her son and goes right for her. And like that takes on so much later in the show when you know better.
And this is me theory crafting about a better written version of this series, because I think Vale could have been much better as a way to enhance that thought, that initial concept of not just controlling, but also accepting and understanding the worst parts of yourself, but being able to conquer them instead of the sins of the father thing that it did kind of end up being.
Yeah.
Because that is not to take it to a potentially dark place. A good way of, like, if another analog or another parallel for that would be like if you have a character who has who has a parent who is a remorseful alcoholic versus somebody who knows that they have the potential for that and thus steers clear of that. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, does that make sense?
Yes.
It's looking at someone whose parent is struggling and suffering with those things, and maybe has mostly conquered it but knows that they have that darkness lurking within them, versus Iki being the person who recognizes that darkness and knows how to turn it into something productive. The alcoholism thing comparison falls apart at that point, obviously, but it's I feel like there's still something there as a comparison.
Yeah,
as
like it really is. Again, Vale is the desire for survival and
Sure.
the grieving of the lost self, where Vice is, not only will I survive, I will protect the people that I love.
Yes.
And Kagero is the self-reclaimed. And Genta deals with both of those things.
Yes.
These are two separate guys dealing with two separate problems. Genta deals with both of those and comes out with, man, I love my wife and kids.
He sure fucking does. Oh my goodness. And their whole dynamic is such a rare thing in Japanese media in particular.
God.
That I am so happy. But as you say, I do think that in a version of the series where either the weekend doesn't happen or it is a better written as a successor to Noah, I think there is a world in which Yukimi gets to be a writer, specifically because of her ability to support Genta through everything. And not just in the way of like, wife supports husband, but just the like, no, she does love every part of him and is willing to help him be his best self, even when the worst parts of him want to come out, Yeah.
I think there is, because it's being a writer is connecting with your demon. And I think there is a version of this show that is Yukimi and Vale. Oh, we hydrating. Where Yukimi takes on Vale to become a writer, to share, like, marriage is a partnership. I am sharing your burden. I am taking on this part of you because I love you and because I don't love you despite this part of yourself.
Right, exactly.
I love you because of it, because you have this in you and you are still so strong and kind, and I am willing to have that weight on your shoulders because I'm your partner.
Now, that being said, I could also see people taking that as a really bad message.
Yeah, they could.
They could, but it kind of comes back to that trope of like the wife covering up for the husband's mistakes, kind of a thing.
Yes,
So,
and I think maybe the way to solve that is to have them trading the belt back and forth. My worry in that would be that Toei just wouldn't let her use it enough.
Sure.
But a concept for a Kamen Rider that I had way before even the Reiwa era, this probably would have been around the time Drive was airing, was the concept of a guy who the entire, like, the theme of the rider was the red thread of fate. And they got this guy who is a newlywed, and he, this thing is happening and he wants to protect the world because, like, he wants to start a family. He wants a better world for his wife and his eventual kids to live in. And the mid-season upgrade is him getting kind of like taken out, and his wife, because the henshin device is his wedding ring that has the red thread of fate embedded into it. Her ring also does, because it requires that they both have to be wearing the wedding rings for him to henshin.
Right.
She becomes the rider in the second half.
Oh, that would have been
And that was the mid-season upgrade.
Oh.
And I really think that, like, Genta and Yukimi could have been that.
Okay, yes. I think that that's a possibility. If you had to give her a demon, what do you think her demon would have been?
I would be so fascinated, because this was something that I kicked around at the time Revice started airing. I was still doing my Rider and Sentai podcasts, and we did kick around the idea. We actually briefly kicked around the idea of Yukimi being Genta's demon. Which was, Techno, her husband wasn't dead. He just wasn't he was just badly injured and couldn't fight. She spent a lot of time trying to get, like, advice from his older female coworker, who is just like, I am a lesbian, I have no advice for you. Like, that the entire bit came down to, like, her never having advice because she's a lesbian and knows nothing about men.
I love it.
But I really think that, like, the thing that Yukimi would have to grapple with is the fear of losing her family. And, like, her being so fiercely overprotective that the thing she has to come to terms with is letting her kids leave the nest.
Oh, I wonder what kind of form that would give her then. Like, I would almost want to tie her in with either evil or demons at that point. Like, as a motif goes, My
thought would be to tie her in with evil, because their whole thing is crow and dove, and just make her a black swan.
Oh my goodness! My brain is turning gears about, like, a ballerina themed rider.
Oh,
and how there are so many. One, gorgeous fighting style, that also B, connects to Sakura's fighting style. And also, C, gives you some great comedic moments of her, like, henshining, doing a pirouette, and then being like, "Oh God, I'm in my late 40s, my back," and her husband being like, "Sweetie, are you good?"
Do this.
Like, that would be so cute. my goodness. Okay, cool. Okay, we've litigated that. That's fun. I want to see a drawing of that now.
Yes.
Oh my! I need to write this down. I might need to commission Honu about this.
I'm also gonna make some notes.
Okay. All right. Cool. Okay. So, moving on from the parents, which is really. Oh, also, I didn't realize that Vale was in fact a beetle. Anytime I saw the Vale costume, I was like, "You're a cockroach." Like, maybe that's too Florida for like maybe I'm just too used to like palmetto bugs.
I don't know. He does have real strong roach vibes.
He does. Did I failed to open all of the pages. Hang on a second.
There's just so many of them.
There really are. Like, Reiwa has been the season of just giving belts out to everyone.
Yeah, it really is the era of evil Kamen Riders.
Yeah, which is not a
Like,
bad
we
thing.
had a lot of evil Kamen Riders in Heisei 2, but nowhere to the extent that Reiwa is like, nah, every character is a Kamen Rider. We don't have any other kind of villain.
Okay, so Hikaru is
Okay, he's the reason that I stopped watching Revice.
I am more than happy to put him in Disowned.
Literally, I saw in the episode preview that they handed this kid a belt, which is a thing that only happened because his agency demanded it. It was not intended for the story. And
Okay.
I saw him with the transform in the preview, and I was like, I'm done. I'm done. I don't like this kid. Also, his actor is also not a great guy.
Fair enough.
I try. I know we said last time that we're not gonna let that affect what we think of the character, but I already think the character is shit.
Yeah, no, and you're 100% correct, I would say. For some reason my memory is trying to tell me that like he kind of got a little bit of like not even like a redemption at the end, but like he had a little bit of a turnaround, but so much of what he does is just out of jealousy and self-interest. And so yeah. Yeah, I can't really...
Like, honestly, my thought is this lad is just homophobic and is just mad that the lesbians are together. Because he wants the lesbians.
Yeah.
And that's all I can ever feel toward him. Especially because... Do you know about the stuff with Aguilera's actress?
No, I don't.
That went on. She had a little bit of a stalking and harassment issue.
Oh, I see.
That is believed to it is not confirmed, but based on what we know, it was him.
That doesn't surprise me.
So it kind of colored a lot of his behavior toward her and Sakura in the show.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, we're just gonna leave him in Disowned and move on from him then.
Yeah, we're just straight to hell.
Just straight to hell.
Straight to hell.
All right. Go Tamaki. Julio.
Oh, the puppy. He's puppy.
I want to put him in Reasonably Proud. And my reason
put him in
for
Reasonably Proud. I'm fine with that.
For a lot of the season, he's in needs work territory because he was never fully evil.
No.
But even with the positive stuff he does later on, and some of the stuff that he gets a good dose of respect women juice at the end of the series.
Yeah,
but it's
and
too
even then,
far down. Yeah, for him to hit quite proud.
Even like a little bit past the halfway point when he starts like working in the bathhouse, he's chugging that respect women juice because you don't get to live in that household without it.
Yeah.
But it doesn't fully take effect.
Correct. He's got work to do. He's starting to do the work, but he's still got work to do.
He is doing the work, and I'm proud of him for doing the work.
Oh, and then we get to Kamen Rider Aguilera.
Oh, girl. Happy Pride, girl. I still don't think you should have been a Kamen Rider.
I have complicated feelings about that, because she's a mess. She's a complete fucking mess.
Oh, yeah.
I like the idea of her being a Kamen Rider through sheer force of will alone. She does not reach super proud. I would say she just reaches quite proud for me.
I'm willing to go with that. My reasoning on not wanting her to be a Kamen Rider is that being a Kamen Rider is inherently traumatic. You cannot be a Kamen Rider and not be traumatized by the process of being a Kamen Rider.
Sure.
And for her, I'm like, girl, you are going out of one trauma and into another. And I feel like you really need to just let Sakura hold your hand and follow her through this.
And I think that in a series where Weekend was written better, again, as like a successor to Noah, for instance, I think she could have been a, let's say a fourth arc writer, where she does. I
think so.
Yeah, like let Sakura be a writer and just be a supporter for a while, and then I think in the fourth quarter, not to be sportsy about it, but I mean, let's say like
writers have quarters.
Yeah, well, yeah. But let's say that Sakura gets put in a bind. Maybe she's on a medical out. Maybe she has her ability to henshin taken away, because that does happen at one point. I think that being when Aguilar, like when Hana maybe even steals a driver and forces her way into it to cover for Sakura not being able to henshin for a while, and then they get to be a couple henshin later. I think that would have been a much better story.
Yes, I think if they had let her do a Sophia.
Exactly.
I really think it could have been powerful. But just having her step out of one trauma and into another.
Yes.
Basically being controlled by Guile. By Satan demon to be one thing, and then essentially being controlled by Weekend into being another.
Yeah.
I'm just like, girl, you need a nap. You need some Xanax and a cupcake and a nap. You don't need this.
You need a bunch of really great dates with Sakura outside of this organization. Yeah. I'm going to headcanon it as my version, quite frankly, because like I love the two of them together. I love them as a couple writers. Thing.
I love them together. I love her arc. I'm just like, girl, please go to sleep.
Yep.
Please go out on a really fancy date and just like vibe for a while. You don't need this.
All right. George. I love
George
your actor.
Can call me mommy. George George could call me mommy. I would love to bully this man in a sexual way.
Here's the thing. I think he needs that. I do think that would fix him.
I genuinely think that would fix him. If like a woman with a CSM rider belt just like told him he sucks, I think that would fix him.
For the record, I am going to put him there. But for the record, otherwise, he would go straight into disowned.
Yeah, he kind of has a very disownable arc, which also upset me because, again, I don't remember the boss's name. But the boss of Phoenix, who like was a really good guy, and I really even though the version of him we knew was actually like evil and was an evil guy, I really loved the dynamic between him and George. Because I love the like very stoic, uptight, very golden boy Captain America, and the shitlord who doms him. The tiny shitlord who doms him. I love that.
I will say two things about George. One, I think George is a much more interesting version of the scientist character from Gaim.
You're right. You're correct.
And I think in this version of the show that we've constructed, where The Weeknd is a successor to Noah that's well written, I think that where George's story goes makes a little more sense in the end. But again, there's an ending thing that he does that I can't get into, because almost certainly you haven't seen those episodes. I don't know if people have even talked to you about it.
I definitely, no one has talked to me about anything in Rev Ice past what I've seen.
Then I shan't say more other than he does a fucky wucky that I would have had him in Reasonably Proud up until that moment, and he instantly dropped to Disowned. And
he needs someone of any gender with a CSM belt to just like smack him with a rider sword and call him a bad boy.
Yes, he does.
And that would solve all of his problems.
Vale, Disowned.
Straight to hell. Straight to hell. I hate this man. Not only do I hate this man, I hate what he did to the show. All of my problems with Rev Ice source back to him.
Again, there is a world in which his whole arc and where he sent things was much more interesting, but we did not get that world. So,
yep, we sure didn't.
Here we are. Oh, Geets.
Oh, this is where I start having so many feelings. So many of them good, and so many of them good, and several of them not. Ace is, I would at minimum put him in Very Proud, but frankly, I'm willing to put him in, I'd be willing to put him in Super Proud, because that is a boy who has lived many horrific lifetimes. Dying and seeing people killed, seeing so many things lost, and having to just lock in and keep moving against something that he knows is horrific.
Yep.
Even to the point.
He plays himself off as this playboy, lackadaisical, cares nothing, specifically to prevent the people around him from being in trouble.
Yes. And have you seen Yamato Awakening?
Yes.
The fact that I love that there is a version of Ace who gets so lost in the sauce. Like, so far in the future, he gets so lost in the sauce that he forgets that there was a time that there was three guys, his three guys, gender neutral, who are just unstoppable, and has to look a past version of himself in the eye and be like, sorry, I forgot that our two boyfriends and girlfriend kind of fucking rule.
Mm-hmm. All right. Goodness gracious. I love Geats. Geats is one of my favorite Rider seasons. There are so many goddamn writers in this season.
So many guys!
There are so many writers. Like, my iPad is heating up opening all of these tabs.
Unfortunately, by the very nature of Geats, there's just so many guys.
It is my favorite writer series for cosplay reasons because it is so easy to just get yourself a DGP belt and make your own custom rider as you. Because that's the nature of the DGP, you know?
Yeah.
I have even been working on a custom identification thing for the belt because I found a place that will they have a bunch of blanks in all of the colors that were available in the season, and they can print and apply a custom decal for you on the front.
That's very I
it's
should
very
look
good.
and see about
I will
3D.
send you a link.
Well, I have a friend with a 3D printer, and I know how to use water slide decals.
Very true. Girl, these are, I want to say these things were like $15. They're not expensive.
Oh, man.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, no, the animal I'm thinking for me would be at Tsuchinoko. Because...
Tsuchinoko real!
Yeah, I was born in the year of the snake. I don't know if you remember the art that I got for last year. That kind of started off as a joke of it's time for a snake snack, and it's just me and a kigurumi that mostly fits.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
So
I love it!
But yeah, it's a Tsuchinoko kigurumi. It's so cute.
I love it.
But the only reason I have conflicted feelings about Ace, and this is not, is he a good boy? It is, if his story wasn't so much centered around making his mom proud, I would put him in the call me mommy category.
You're right.
But that would just feel weird given the central turning point of his character.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I mean, look, he could call me mommy though.
You know. Yeah. Keiwa. Oh, Keiwa.
Oh, Keiwa. My sweet Bippy. I can't put him in super proud because his ultimate fate is to become a cop.
Yes. And
I'm like, boy, your arc is around food and feeding people and family and what eating together means. Like, that's literally your whole thing. And you instead of taking over the soba shop, which is like the most logical endpoint for you.
The thing that was like a whole thing throughout the entire season. The other reason for me that he gets bumped down to quite proud is, and I know it needed to happen for his character, from a writing standpoint, masterfully done. But that whole, like, I think it was the third arc of the season where he became a villain, essentially. And it's just like, buddy, I get that you're going through some trauma right now, but like, this could have been resolved in like 3 episodes.
Yeah, this could have been an email. I am forgiving of that because of Kekera's involvement in that, and that it was not just Keiwa, and that this boy was being tainted by a Showa purist.
And that's the reason I would not even consider dropping him down to reasonably proud.
Yeah.
But it very much is a, hey, I know that Ace sometimes comes off as a schmoozy prick because he's trying to hold you at a distance. but he has also proven himself significantly more trustworthy than your rich benefactor has. So
Yes,
maybe listen
and
to your friend.
It was very, very weird to me that his gut response was blame it on Ace, who is not someone in control of what's going on,
Yes.
did not decide how this system works, and is just because Ace keeps winning, like Ace didn't know that this is how the system works, and he is right next to Kawa when they find out, and he is visibly distressed by this news.
Yes.
So I'm like, Kawa, why are you? I can understand, like, Kawa having the response he did and being like, I'm going to burn it all down because the only thing I had was my sister and she is gone.
Yes.
I'm fine with that. It's just like, honey, why are you blaming Ace? He is literally fully detached from this.
And I think that is like, that arc of his story is still meaningful because in that moment, he starts to think that it is like, it is when you have a friend who is that successful, it is, I won't say easy, but it is not a long logical leap to think that they have some advantage that you're not aware of that is making them that successful. And especially without all of the context of what Ace has gone through, when they find out that the games are so much more complex and that the producers exist and that it is an audience and all of this and all of the dark stuff about the games behind the scenes, it would be, if you're already having that doubt of like, how does this guy keep winning, to then go, oh, it's rigged, he must be part of the problem. So I understand his crash out.
I understand the crash out, but there is, as it is happening, he says to Ace, you took my parents. And there is no reality in which that is true.
Exactly.
And I'm just like, I'm like, that's kind of a leap even for you in this moment. That like, Ace deliberately took away your parents in order to succeed in a game that it seems like he was not even in.
Yeah.
And again, I would not bump him down further because, again, like, the overall crash out and the arc he has and where he goes, like, I am very, very proud of him.
Yes.
And I would have an annoying bumper sticker about him.
Absolutely, yes.
But I'm just like, honey, blaming Ace is a real leap.
And like, I can see that as a trauma response, but yeah, I think it would have been more interesting for me to have that crash out last for the first 3 episodes of that arc, and then the rest of the arc be about rebuilding that relationship. You know what I mean?
And not to jump too far ahead, but the crash out that Honto has over finding out what happened to his mom and him blaming Shoma for that, even for a brief period, is a very understandable crash out because Shoma was there, and while he was not an active participant and would never have wanted to hurt his mom, it was his actions that led her to being in that spot.
Yes.
And he, within like 2 or 3 episodes, he is like,
hey, Mom,
even in that moment.
I'm having trouble with that dance move you showed me earlier.
Okay, show me what you got, sweetie.
Down and.
Okay.
Oh,
I
it's
see
really
where it's going wrong
close.
for you. It was, right? I'll be with you in just a second then, hon. Okay, so we have another commercial break to get to, folks. Regular stuff, stand up, stretch, refresh your refreshments. We'll be back in 5 minutes after a commercial. And I think we'll move on to more characters at that point, because yeah. All right. So see you in 5. Okay. So first off, you're going to start off with a jump to the left. I'm going to step to your right. Okay. And then you put your hands on your hips. That's okay. That's not a drag. That's go. Alrighty, so up next, Neon.
Super proud.
Yep.
Baby girl.
She's got a couple bratty moments, but nothing that could pull her down for me.
Even then, her facing the reality of, I'm not a real person.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to take the fact that I'm not a real person and make that my weapon.
Mm-hmm.
You can't hit me because I'm not real. I'm solving this with my trauma.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And even that, I would argue, is a what's the word I'm looking for here? Oh, goodness gracious. Miscategorization? No, that's not right. But, like, the whole thing about her not being a real person, it's like, okay, but she is, though.
Yes, and
you know?
it's much more nuanced than that. But
Yeah,
her,
even
because
her
she is,
you know,
she has become real. She
exactly.
has made herself into someone. She is real because she is known and she's loved.
Exactly. Exactly.
In a very it's a very Kamen Rider build arc.
Mm-hmm.
She is very Sento in that way, in that she did not exist and made herself into someone.
Yeah. And I think that's what makes her story interesting to me, because there are people in the show who still think of her as a non-person, like, oh, you're just an NPC, oh, you're just a creation of the game. Well, but so is the whole world.
Yeah.
Really. So,
and
yeah.
But even then, her realizing, I am a replacement. I am a fake version of this other person. And I'm going to take that and I'm going to use that to make myself stronger and not let it destroy me.
Yeah.
Because it is revealed to her to destroy her.
Yes,
and
it absolutely
she immediately is like, I will not let it.
And I hope that there may be some people out there who gained a lot from that, because I can see a lot of parallels to that with like family dynamics with
oh yes.
Yeah. I won't get into that too much, but it's there.
There are a lot of things that a lot of kids can pull from Neon, and a lot of girls especially, and I really hope that she is someone special to a lot of people.
Yeah. Michinaga.
Okay. You know what I said about stupid, angsty, and purple?
Yeah, I know. You're right.
I am an ardent Michinaga defender.
Fair.
In that okay, so as I said before, Takahashi Yuya very much likes to take the bones of a guy and write him over and over.
Okay.
And Michinaga very much is Taiga. He is Taiga again. He is a guy who has lost and is in so much pain from grieving and has never been able to move past that grief, and never wants, and is willing to suffer that grief and never wants anyone else to. He never wants anyone else to hurt the way he is, so he wants to push everyone out of being what he thinks that being a Kamen Rider is. And so much of Geats is him, and it takes him a really long time. It takes him a lot of the show to realize.
Yeah, I was going to say that I would argue he is the inverse of Keiwa's story.
Yes, very, very much.
Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah,
and just
right.
the fact that they both kind of come to the same end of, I cannot make the world better on my own. I cannot stop people from hurting on my own. I have to lean on people who want the same thing that I do. I have to be willing to let them make the same sacrifices that I am for the people that can't. And again, I think Yamato Awakening is such a beautiful way of showing where he's landed.
Agreed. All right. Then we get to this punk jack.
Oh, Win. I am very fond of Win. I wouldn't put him in super proud.
Yeah. I think
I could maybe even put him in reasonably proud.
I think reasonably is easy to go for. He's, for a decent chunk of the series, he's in needs work territory. But I think by the end of the series, he has at least reached reasonably proud. This is another one of those that if we had splits, I would put him in between reasonably and quite.
Yeah.
Because he does, he puts in the work.
He puts in the work, and he knows the organization is bad and doesn't quite know how to start dismantling it until he realizes that Ace is in the process of dismantling it and that he can just lean into what Ace is doing.
Yes. When he realizes he doesn't need to be the main character, he can be part of something bigger, is when he becomes a better person, you know?
Yeah.
All right. So I did skip him, Takeshi Gotokuji, because he was only in the very first episode. And I know I beefed that name, but it is what it is. So Takahito Taira is who we're going to touch on next.
Who was this guy? I don't remember him.
This is Kamen Rider Ginpin. He was very much a background character, but he was in a full 12 episodes of the season. So let me just go into his background. He is a human resources manager at an IT company. He's a loving husband and father. However, his son Naota suffered from an incurable illness. If I recall correctly, he was even one of the executives that denied Keiwa for a job at one point. Or at least questioning him during a job interview.
Yes, that's right.
The fact that he is in the DGP, and I believe his wish was for his son's health, makes me want to put him fairly high.
Yes.
But, yeah,
like, he was not an amazing... Like, he wasn't someone who was going above and beyond, but his heart was in the right place.
Exactly.
Like, he was wishing for the right thing.
Yes. Because he's there for family, I think that bumps him from reasonably proud to quite proud, but he wasn't able quite to bring it across the finish line. He wasn't able to see that people had a plan and join in their plan. He was a little too focused on his goals to get to that next level, you know?
Yes.
Which, valid goals. I'm not arguing that part.
Yeah, again, like, he was there for the right reason.
Did this guy make it in? He did. 5 episodes, so he just made the cut. Morio Koganea.
Straight to hell. I hate this man.
Yep. Awful person.
I hate this man. He's
made everyone's life worse.
Putting aside like his backstory and that he was like in it for money and all that, dude was just gross to Neon.
Yep.
And dude's like what, in his 30s? And Neon is like 18.
Yeah, it's not specified how old he is, but he's definitely got the 30-year-old look. Well, 30-ish. He's, later 30s, really.
Yeah, like, dude spent a lot of time hitting on Neon in really gross ways and was just a weird, gross dude, and I don't like him.
Yep. All right. So, next up is Kanato Sumida, Kamen Rider Dapan.
Okay. I want to put him in needs work.
Agreed.
Because this boy, this is a child. This is a
Yes.
literal child.
Absolutely. He's a high school student.
He is a high school student. He is a literal child
has
who
fallen in with a
had
bad crowd.
not even fallen in with a bad crowd. He had everything. He was living his best life. And then he suffered an injury that took that all away. And he's angry about it.
True.
He's hurting. He needs therapy. He needs therapy and he needs work. But he is a child that is hurting, that needs help. And I think the version of him after he is knocked out of the DGP, I imagine, and like, you know, doesn't have the DGP and has to actually, you know, face his future. I think there is a version of him that, you know, his basketball friends really do keep trying to help him and really push him as he gets older to doing the work and being better and not living in that anger of what he lost. And I can't be mad at him for being a kid who got hurt and being upset about it.
Sure.
I can be mad at the things he does because he does a lot of really awful things in that hatred and in that, you know, wanting to burn it all down because he lost everything. But he's a child. He's a child.
All right, so we skip a couple of writers who only showed up in one episode, but honorable mention to the old man writer who just wanted to be young again. Decent fellow, but we don't know enough about him or the young lady who became a writer alongside him for us to really make a judgment.
They seemed like fine people.
They were okay, yeah. I am just old enough to have knee problems if I don't work out every once in a while, so I get it.
Yeah, same. I just came off like 6 months of physical therapy, and am looking towards a gym membership.
All right. I hope it goes well for you. So this little shit.
Here we
Daiichi
go.
Suzu.
Oh, I am so weak for this little garbage man. I want to put him in reasonably proud.
You think
because
so?
I really think I would put him in needs work if it wasn't for the fact that he actively starts doing the work within the show.
Sure.
And like his maneuver of tricking them and having the Yamato like free Sarah and all that was real good. And he just becomes a little man who wants to raise his funny little plant children.
True.
And little man's grew a soul because he accidentally put a woman with the biggest soul ever into himself and was like, oh man, I kind of suck, don't I?
Oh no, I was a dick.
Aw, damn, I sucked real bad. Okay, I'm just gonna be a funny little plant daddy now. And I love that for him.
Real Friar Tuck hours, you know? Or not Friar Tuck, but
he really won me over in the end. Like, I hated him for so long. And then he's like, nah, I've become blorbo coated. And I'm like, God damn, they got me again.
It's Brain all over again.
It is. I was literally gonna say, I'm like, he is Brain too.
Oh no, there are two of them. All right. Saiganaha.
Oh, Sai. I would put her in quite proud.
You think so?
She was doing it for family.
Yes.
Everything she was doing was, even though her wish seemed selfish, she was doing it in order to be the breadwinner for her parents and siblings.
Okay, fair.
Because they lost their father, and she wanted them to just be able to run their restaurant and not have to worry. And she knew that she has the talent to be a professional basketball player and make the money. She just has to be put in the right spot, which is the hardest part.
True, very true.
And, you know, she was really looking out for Neon, even if she was a little misguided in doing so. You know, props for being a girl's girl and probably a lesbian.
Well, you know.
Like, again, she didn't have enough time and wasn't core enough to the cast to rise further. But I think for what she got to do and where she was, I'm pretty proud of her.
Fair enough, fair enough. All right, Sarah Sakurai.
Precious baby who's never done anything wrong in her life.
Fair enough.
Girl was literally just out here vibing.
She
got
was.
pulled into the nonsense and is like, well, this explains a lot about what's been going on with my brother. I'm just gonna solve the problem and give the stupid bird guy a soul.
Yep. Oh, I have no further comments on that. She's an absolute delight. We love to have her around.
We love a girl's girl.
Included. Okay. Dishonorable shout out to Kirito Asari and what was the other guy's name? Kazuo Namabukuro. The two Yakuza themed, and I'm not even Yakuza themed, just criminal themed guys who got writer powers as a result of some of the nonsense that happened in the later series.
Rot in hell, bitches!
Yeah, they would have gone straight into Disowned if they'd lasted for more than one episode. Kosei Kurama. He's done too much bad shit to go into super proud.
Oh, by far. At best, I would put him in reasonably proud. I love, as soon as he makes his turn, I think he's incredible. But man,
he is complicit in too much.
Complicit in too much, including allowing his wife to abuse Neon.
Yes. And I understand that the reason he thought he had to let that happen was so that Neon wouldn't find out and so that he wouldn't lose a daughter again.
Yes, like the amount of trauma and work that he does is why I'm letting him be in reasonably proud.
Yes.
Because dude went through a lot. He is as much of a victim of the DGP as anyone else. The DGP let his daughter get hurt and then use that grief to fuel the show. And like, I feel for him, and in the end, he does right by Neon. And I think in the post-show, he either gets a divorce because one lady needs to be more chill about stuff, but I feel like he would let her remember, and even I don't remember if she actually did remember. Or if that was just me thinking about like, oh man, that was something that would really fuck her up. And I think the way she treated Neon is kind of a subconscious response to what she has gone through.
It absolutely is. And I do want to say she did remember, but no, it doesn't excuse it. Not whatsoever.
Don't remember. But I really think that he would be like, you need to not be tied to this thing that I let happen anymore. Like I will financially support you,
Yeah.
I will pay you so much alimony. You need to go out in the world and re-find yourself and find what makes you happy in the life we're living now. And that's just my theory on what they do. That is what my heart of hearts wants, because I feel like that is who he is in the end. Just the fact that he in the end is doing right by Neon and provides that power for her. I'm willing to let him have this one.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, next guy didn't get in. Was again single episode writer. The end writer, I honestly don't even remember him. He was that unremarkable. Because there were a few of them. The three people who suddenly became writers because they happened to be in the restaurant for that single episode.
Yes.
Jirori.
I will give an honorable shout out to John and Ben.
Yes. Oh, did I not include them in the list? No, I didn't.
I don't
Shit. Okay.
think so.
Damn.
John and Ben, super proud, love those guys. They didn't do a lot as writers, so it's fine that they're not here. But shout out to the boys
for always looking out for Neon, and putting themselves on the line for that, and quite frankly, repeatedly dying over it.
Yeah, and like for truly having her best interests at heart, even though they were just like guys being paid by her dad.
Yep.
They loved her. They were her brothers. They are her brothers.
They are. All right, Jirori.
Oh, Jiroli. I'd put him in needs work because he's better than everyone else who got to be game master.
Yes.
He's a shitty dude, but he was doing his job correctly. He just got really frustrated that one guy kept winning.
He was trying to work within a bad system. And while there's some nobility in that, at a certain point you have to accept that you cannot change the system from the inside.
So the thing is, I don't even think he cared that the system was bad. He was just mad that Ace kept winning.
Fair.
But he took his job seriously and was not garbage to Sumuri. So bro needs work to realize that he's working for the bad guys, but
True.
like, okay, dude, at least you don't suck to be around.
True. All right, Neramu. Kamen Rider Gaze. Oh, that's another belt that I deeply wanted and just did not jump on it fast enough. My goodness, do I love the Gaze costumes.
Kind of sympathetic to Nerum.
Yeah.
Because Nerum is a guy who is really obsessed with feeling.
Yes.
He wants to feel so badly in ways that like his people cannot, and that he's gotten glimpses at over the course of getting to be part of the DGP.
Yes, I would agree with that.
And it goes back to the whole thing of like eating is a sign of humanity in Kamen Rider.
Yes.
And he is so close because his desire to eat has him one step away from being human. He just doesn't know what it means. And within Geats itself, he kind of sucks. But if you look at him with the context of extended media and like his specials, he's a really fascinating guy.
I normally try not to include specials too much because you get into weird stuff with the canonicity of story and yada yada yada.
Yeah.
But I think I'm willing to accept that on this one, similar to how I did with Asumu for Hibiki, of like, yeah, no, he is a complex character who is trying to make the decisions, but he is stuck because he is a producer for the DGP, so he feels that need to make good decisions for the show while also trying to pursue his own fulfillment.
Yes, and I think there are the elements that are in specials, I think were like mentally in his in the plans for him and thought about while he was being written in the show.
Yes.
And there's just so much happening in Geats, and he's not a main player for long enough for a lot of that to come into play.
Alrighty. Oh my goodness, we are almost through Geats, I promise.
We're so close. And by so close, there's 7 more guys.
Which is saying just a lot. Suel. Straight to hell?
Suel can go to hell. I
Okay.
hate this man.
Yeah, no, bastard.
This
Suel is
Suel
the
is
venture
just Mr.
capitalist
Beast.
that they brought in when their original producer grew too many emotions.
Suel literally came in here and is like, I'm Mr. Beast, we're doing Beast games.
Shirami, I want to put him straight to hell because...
Yeah, also straight to hell. He is
absolute
directly who I was comparing Giroli to.
This guy is... One of my favorite lines from classic Simpsons is, your American game shows reward knowledge. Our Japanese game shows punish ignorance. And this guy is the fucking living embodiment of that. Like...
He sucks so
sucks
bad.
so bad. He's so bad.
Truly, I hate this man.
Baroba.
Baroba's also disowned because she sucks, but she's an interesting villain and is cool to watch.
Yes.
And provides a really interesting arc for Michinaga, for Daichi.
I wanted her to get the kind of story that Sieg is getting now. I wanted her to get disempowered in some way, shape, or form, but in a way that she didn't get killed, so now she's just going to hang around as a little annoying gremlin in the background and cause shenanigans.
Yeah.
But we did not get that with her, and I'm so sad.
Yeah.
I like where her story went. Don't get me wrong, it was well written, but also I wanted her to be able to chew this fucking scenery more, you know?
Yeah, because she was so fun to watch.
She was so fun to watch. Oh my goodness. Boy howdy, is it appropriate that this guy's name is Zit. I know it's Jito, but it sure is spelled Zit. Oh
no, that's who I literally don't remember this man. I know he's around.
He was Suel's right hand, who was in charge of overseeing bad endings, and he became Kamen Rider again.
Oh right, the bad endings guy. Fuck him.
Yeah.
Fuck him.
Okay, so
guy.
I understand being there to do a job, but also you work for fucking Elon Musk. Stop it.
Bro, calm down.
Zine.
Okay, I am actually super proud of this boy.
Okay.
I can understand not putting him there, but this is literally like a kid who grew up on 4chan and got really did not see people as people
Okay.
and was just like obsessed with his favorite TV star, and then got to spend some time with him, and his favorite TV star is like, "Hey, buddy, you need to like chill. We have lives, and we're all going through some shit." And he's like, "Oh, can I help with that? Can
You know
I
what?
can I
Fair.
can I
Fair.
can I make the situation better?" And kind of becomes the liaison for making things better in the future.
Yeah. No, you're right. Super proud. On the opposite end of the spectrum, Kikara.
Straight to hell. I hate this man.
Like, no questions asked whatsoever. Straight to hell.
Fuck this show appearist.
Like, I love Showa Rider. Not
Yeah,
like
so
him.
do I. I love Showa Rider. We have different problems here in 2026.
Uh-huh.
The world is different, and we're telling different stories about it.
Now,
Please
to be fair,
catch up with everybody else.
To be fair, some of the problems are the same, which we'll be lamenting later. I'm just going to point at these 6 right here. But, yeah, what you say is no less valid. That's...
Yeah,
we'll
just
get to
his
that.
thing of
We'll
like
get to
you
that.
being a rider, and again, I brought up that being a Kamen Rider is inherently traumatic.
Uh-huh.
It is. Overcoming the suffering is kind of the most important part of the story, not the
Right.
suffering itself.
Right. It is not meant to be a power fantasy. You know? Oh, yeah, he is every comic book guy, too. You know?
Yeah. He's the guy who only wants Batman angsty. He's the guy who's like, why doesn't Batman use guns?
Uh-huh.
He's that guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I hate him.
This is the kind of guy who, when I say I don't like Spider-Man, comes over and starts to be like, yeah, heck yeah. And then I'm like, no, not for your reasons. Because I don't like Spider-Man because I want the writers to get over having him be a high schooler. Let the man be fucking happy with MJ for 5 minutes. Like, oh my god. I understand that the trauma is a huge part of starting Spider-Man, but why do we keep resetting him to it? I love Spider-Dad. Like, it's like the way that they showed him in especially in the second Spider-Verse movie. I love that for him. Oh my god. Like, there is so much comedy to be mined from tired Peter Parker having to, like, getting all of the love and support from MJ he could possibly ever want, but then also being just so in love with his daughter and also having to deal with, oh my god, she also has spider powers and is a toddler. It's so funny. But anyway. Kyun.
I am very weak for Kyun. Partially because his rider question mark form is just the reused CG of Beast from Kamen Rider Wizard. And partially because I do not believe he is as old as he looks. I believe he is. As Baroba is much older than she looks, I read him as like a 13 or 14-year-old who with a celebrity crush.
Yes.
And he doesn't know how to have emotions properly because he's a child in a extremely fucked up world. And he comes to I am forcing myself to be normal about this, and I'm gonna be helpful. I'm gonna stop being weird.
He has the energy of someone who, as you said, is much younger than he looks. This is a guy who got hit with the puberty stick at like 11 and then spent the next 3 years being 2 feet taller than all of his other classmates, and it gave him a slouch and it made him talk really quiet, and he's doing his best.
And like he's got that, again, he's from a very, very toxic future. And he's very much got that thing of, I'm gonna bully the girl I like because that means she'll talk to me. Even if any attention is good attention. Yes. Even if I'm getting a negative response. And then him being like, hey, I would really love to stop getting a negative response. I can do better. And he starts doing better.
Yes. So I want to put him in super proud. How about you?
Yes, I love him.
Okay.
And he is the Beast CGI reused, and I'm weak for that.
Fair. 100% fair. All right. I don't even have pages pulled up for all of this crowd yet, but Hotaro, I'm going to put him in super proud.
He's an angel.
He is.
He's an angel.
He is the non-punk version of Gen.
Yeah.
Like, he wants to make everyone happy. He wants to support his mom. He wants to do all of these things. And this man has respect women juice flowing through his veins. He is taking 100%.
Respect women juice intravenously.
Honestly, he could probably donate blood and give it to someone else at this point.
Yes.
Okay.
He is full of love.
He is.
His entire story is about being full of love and extending that love to people who are not even being seen as people.
Yes. Yes. Green, I want to put in super proud as well.
Yes.
She has a few things that she can deal with, but we've seen her dealing with them in the post show. And again, I really try not to bring in post-show stuff, but even what we see in that last episode already.
Yes, so much of her arc is, I am traumatized and alone. Oh, someone has asked me to not be alone.
Yes.
I am clinging to this like a lifeline.
We did get a posture check from Araviv.
Growing from that.
Posture check on there.
Nice.
Unshrimp. Thank you very much, Araviv.
Yes.
So yeah, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you, but yeah.
Yeah, no, she is clinging to Hotaro like a lifeline and letting him pull her out of her darkness because she wants it so bad. She so badly does not want to be the person that she is.
Yes, yes.
And she just needed someone to get her there.
All right, Spanner. I can't put this man in super proud. But I think,
frankly, I would put him either in reasonably proud or can call me mommy.
That's true. He is old enough for call me mommy, isn't he?
He is stupid, angsty, and purple. And look, they have the arc about his parents, and there's the bit where he like smiles real big and is like, my mom called me, and I'm like, oh, they're about to destroy him.
Yep. Okay.
They're about to wreck this man.
I think, yeah. Otherwise, he would be unreasonably proud. But no, yeah, I got it. For some reason,
he's a grown adult.
He's a grown adult, but for some reason, I always default to him to being one of the students in my brain.
Yeah, no, he's a grown adult with a job.
He is.
He pays taxes.
All right. I gotta put Ho in super proud.
I love this man so much.
I have such a soft spot for this boy. He is always doing the right thing. And I love the fact that when he's first introduced, he seems like he's going to be another Thouser.
Hey, Mom.
Hello?
Look at this cool animal I found.
That's an adorable little What
Can
is
I
it?
keep it?
No, sweetie. We have more than enough in the menagerie already.
Oh dear.
I'm pretty sure that was a squirrel, but it was missing most of its tail. This one's gonna be a hard one to convince him to let it back outside. All right, folks. As much as I would love to go to just gush about Ho-Oh even more, and I genuinely hope, because the actor seems to have loved playing him. I hope he's our next Decade. You know what I mean?
Truly, because my hottest take is he's better than Decade, and I enjoy watching him so much more.
He is. And I want to see him be the 10th Reiwa Rider, you know?
I would love that.
I would love to see that, because it would just be him flouncing around, and if they could bring back Hotaro's actor to every once in a while, like maybe that's the end of the arc. We get to see an episode of him hanging out with his best friend, kind of thing.
Yeah,
like, that would be so adorable.
Please let this man be our first like openly on TV homosexual writer, just out here being
that would be so fun.
The gayest little freak having a crush on Hotaro.
That would be okay. See, that opens up an interesting thing of, I don't want to call it a love triangle. I'm going to call it a love like angle, like, you know, a love intersection. Because I also want Hotaro to get together with Rin, but I could also see him getting together with Ho-Oh, and I would love for them to be like he's with Rin full time, and then every once in a while, his boyfriend shows up, and it's like, oh, okay, I'm gonna let y'all have the house for the night. I'm gonna go out and
like Rina is his wife,
right?
But
right.
She's like, oh, your boyfriend's in town, okay.
Yeah.
Anyway. You two go have a fun little date. I have work to do.
So we'll move on when we come back, though. So I'm gonna go make sure that LaFarlane doesn't introduce this squirrel to the rest of the menagerie. Everyone else, stand up, stretch, do all that good stuff. We'll see you on the other side of the 5 minutes. Nelly.
Oh, every time.
Yep, that kid's gonna become a druid. goodness. Monster burps. Excuse me. Alrighty. So next up, Ms. Clotho.
Oh, Clotho. Baby girl. Baby girl. You're just a sad lesbian.
Mm-hmm.
She's just a sad lesbian whose girlfriend realized that they were the bad guys and left.
How old is she? Okay. I'm not going to feel bad about putting Clotho in Call Me Mommy territory. Because her actress is 30.
I would like to call her mommy.
Also valid. But I sure did need to double check because, oh wow, she got the good genes.
Yeah.
And also she's a professional wrestler, and I know that also messes you up past a certain age.
Oh yeah.
So I had to check. But yeah, her story arc is just chef's kiss, fantastic.
Beautiful, heartbreaking, very mad that it ended in all three of them dying. I think
I'm mad
that
about
sucks.
it. I'm mad about it, but also I don't know, like I support that it happened. Do I personally think I would have written it a different way? I probably would have.
I hate it the most for Lachesis. Like I am much more willing to accept it for the other two because they don't feel like they got fridged for Angsty Boy.
Sure.
But at least they're together.
Yeah,
at least she got her girlfriend back.
Yeah. Fuga Kudo.
He's fine. He's fine. He's not around.
Like...
He doesn't do a whole lot, but he does give Rene the ring and lets her be a Kamen Rider.
Yeah.
And he's a good dad for all of the problem of him not being there, which is kind of not his fault.
Exactly. I would say I want to put him in reasonably proud for everything you just said, but I don't think we can rank him any higher because we don't really get to spend much time with him.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Like that's really the I'm in the same place. Like that's the problem. We don't get to see him enough.
All right, Gleon, straight to hell.
Straight to hell. You are literally the worst, man. He had me for the hot second where he's like, I just wanted to have a family like you. Ha ha, psych. And I'm like, oh, I hate you truly with all of my heart.
Yep.
Truly, I hate this man. Quite proud despite her bad taste in men.
Fair.
I mean, we did put him in Call Me Mommy, so I mean, like, I can't blame her too much.
Yeah, fair.
Shout out to my boy Sabimaru, because he didn't get to be Dread for very long, but I am super proud of that boy.
That's right, he did.
Yes, he was very, very briefly Dread when it was first introduced. Super proud of you, boy. I hope you're having fun getting dumb by Renge.
Yes, 100% yes. And like, oh my goodness.
I hope you're having a great time. It's
he is.
Literally the first time we saw them in the theme song, and he's like stealing her money, and he makes a little face at her. I'm like, that's it. That's my guys. That's them.
Pairing.
The two of them are it for me. That's
I don't like
whatever they have going on. It's not heterosexual.
Nope. That is the most
don't know what it is,
the
but
gayest
it's not
heterosexual relationship.
Truly. People kept saying that, like, that Gotchard was so aggressively heterosexual, and I'm like, what show are you watching? Two of our three, like, core villains are a lesbian couple. And I don't know what Renge and Sabimaru have going on, but straight is not the word to apply to it.
Not to project, I could see Sabimaru being a trans femme egg.
Oh, see, personally, my headcanon is that he's trans mask.
Ooh, okay. I can also see that.
I mean, also my headcanon is that he's a doll like the three villains.
Oh, interesting.
And again, is kind of was put in a body and then is like, I feel more like my brother. I feel like I am what he is.
Okay. I can see it. But with that, we are out of Gotchard Riders and on.
Yeah, Gotchard really tried to dial it back.
It really did.
Oh.
And then here we are.
Now we're here with the babies.
Yeah, I am so proud of Shoma.
Oh, again, just a special little boy who went through so much. Oh my god.
His entire story, okay, I want to compare him to Iki because both of them are making use of their trauma and the worst parts of themselves in different ways. And it was really easy to see Shoma as an immature person who is just trying to shape the world into his happiness in an uninformed way. Right up until the moment where the kid's mom called him a monster. And he was just like, you're right, but that doesn't change what I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
And that was the moment I was like, I am going to be in love with this entire show.
Yeah, it's the first episode of Gav. I walked out of that being, this is the best parts of both Kiva and Double.
Because, he knows who he is and what he is. And he's wrong about some of it. I also want to say that.
Yes.
He's not a
there's
monster.
A lot of it that is colored by trauma.
It is.
And by the fact that he is born of monsters. More, and not just because they are Granute.
Yes,
because
exactly.
his dad is a bad person.
His dad is an awful person. It's not his fault that he is the heir to a drug cartel, you know?
Yeah. And what really hit me, even more than that first episode, is when we see the flashback of Sita and Jeep's birthday, and they're both upset that, their dad isn't there for their birthday. Their siblings all leave their birthday early for work, and he comes out to give them a birthday present. He found a flower somewhere, and they just wail on him and take their anger out on him, and we will get more into it later, but that he still came away from that as someone with such a capacity for love.
Yeah. So yeah, no arguments on Shoma. Just tippy top, super proud of the boy.
Yeah.
Hanto. I want to put him in super proud as well.
Yes.
There were parts of the series where, again, he almost lost it. But then he didn't.
Yeah. And again, I forget who I was I was comparing him to Keiwa, where, he has this bit where he finds out exactly what happened to his mom, how his mom died. And even for just a moment, he wants to hate Shoma for it.
He does. And
just because Shoma was there, and it was Shoma's actions that led to it. And it is only an instant. Even after that, he's like, I need space. I need time to, go through, to work through my grief again. And I don't want to take it out on you.
Yes.
Because it is not your fault. You were a child. You would never have let her be hurt. And it just happened. And I don't want my grief to hurt you.
And showing that level of maturity and being that explicit about it in a kids show is such like, again, I love Rider. It pretty consistently does exactly that sort of thing where it is fine to have that level of trauma. You are allowed to need time to process it and take your space. But the fact that he was able to explicitly say that to Shoma and admit that there was something that he was mad about and that he was tempted to take it out on Shoma, but that he knew Shoma didn't deserve it. Because Shoma had spent so much of the series worried about that connection getting made.
That.
And he didn't want to hurt his friend, but he was caught in that catch-22 of, do I tell him and risk screwing up one of the best friendships I have, or do I not tell him and risk screwing it up if he ever finds out?
Yeah.
That was a horrible struggle.
Especially the level of maturity of not even, like, just backing off and ghosting for a while, because he knew that would hurt Shoma. He knew disappearing would hurt, being like, I am actively trying not to hurt you. I don't hate you for this. I just need some space.
Yeah. And more kids need to hear that. That and so many other good lessons that Ryder has.
Yeah.
Rakia.
Man, I'm also super proud of him. These three boys.
This season was just such a great example of dealing with different kinds of trauma. And I know that we keep coming back to that with Ryder, but that is such an inherent part of Ryder. Right from the get-go.
It's being a Kamen Rider is inherently traumatic. You can't be a Kamen Rider and not be traumatized by the experience. And there's a bit with Rakia and Sachika, and shout out to Sachika. Like, I hate that she's not a rider, but also if she was, she would have just walked up to Lango and called him a bitch, and he would have crumbled to dust, and the show would have been over.
Oh, you're absolutely right.
Girl did not fuck around. She would have walked. She would have called Lango a bitch. He would have crumbled to dust in episode 1, and the show would be over. But there is a bit where she sees, like, she knew what Rakia did, and she knew that he was a Granute. She knew what he had done and that he was making up for it. But there's a bit where she sees him do it.
Yes.
And it really messes her up because she was there the first time it happened, and she didn't know what happened. And seeing from the outside what he did, and that he has such a capacity for destruction, rattled her so hard, even though she knew that he would not hurt anyone, that he really had changed, and he apologizes, and he goes in, he's like, I know how bad what I did is, and I know that even though I was doing it for my brother who I lost, I was willing to hurt so many people, and I'm sorry for that. And
I was also going to say that,
it's just so good.
It's so good. And I think that the writers took on an amazingly difficult task when it came to writing that story for Sachiko. Because, and again, like, this season, as goofy as its vibes were, it is such a hard-hitting season. It would have been so easy to write Sachiko and Rakia's story as something lesser than it was. But I think they did nail that ability for her to accept that, yes, she was traumatized by that experience herself, but also that he, what, as you said, was doing the work, was trying to absolve himself, not for forgiveness, but to try and fix what he had done in the world.
Yes.
You know?
And, you know, the fact that at the end he decides, I am going, as much as I want to stay with these people,
Mm-hmm.
I am going to prevent what happened to me from ever happening again, even if it separates me
Mm-hmm.
from these people that I love. And I appreciate that Valen's movie reunites him with the cast, and that he
Yes.
gets to still have his special little guys.
Mm-hmm.
The candy polycule gets to keep going.
Yes.
Just man, these three boys overcame so much, and a lesser writer would have bungled this show so hard.
Oh yeah, that show would have been so easy to bungle. Now, that being said, I would also absolutely love to see a fan redesign of these three according to late Showa, early Heisei design philosophies.
Yeah.
I'm particularly thinking of like the gills level, like biological suits. You know, or
oh
like
my god,
the
like a
Kamen Rider Shin, like let it be gross. Specifically because the Govs are like for Shoma and for maybe for Raku, like because they are a physical part of them, like there's a biological aspect to it. I would love to see that, you know.
Yeah. I mean, even for Hanto, he gets the granute organ put into him.
Oh, that's right,
like,
he did.
Let that change him.
Oh, because that can also bring in a whole plot line about like organ rejection and things like that, and as a chronically ill person.
Which is also kind of the reason I was glad that Sachiko wasn't a rider, because I'm like, please do not like cut her open on someone's kitchen table and shove an alien organ into her. Girlie does not need that.
Oh no! What if she had needed like a blood transfusion at some point, and Shoma happened to be the only person who was?
That's the way to do it.
And maybe she would even only get a temporary rider form because it is just a blood transfusion.
Yeah.
Oh, that could be fun. Anyway,
like that would be a really good movie plot.
That would be a movie. That would be a great movie. Okay. We need to move on. Okay.
Oh, Jeep.
You little shit.
Oh, baby.
Jeep needs work.
Jeep needs work. And
but
I wouldn't disown Jeep because, again, everything happened out of trauma. And like I hate to pull supplementary movies into it, but in Candy House, where the stomach family is well adjusted, and instead of turning people into candy, they just start making actual earth snacks. Are like, the entire family is like, you dared hurt our precious baby Jeep. Like, that is really, he would be so different. Everything he is because Lango was like, yeah, I want to rip you away from your twin, your other half, and marry you off for political gain. And Jeep was like, I hate that, and then lost Sita anyway, and is like, cool, I'm gonna turn this back on Lango. I'm gonna ruin everything for everyone, and it's gonna destroy me, but I don't care.
Yep.
And I think in a world where Jeep got to survive, I think Jeep could have gotten to a point where he was willing to do the work.
Yes, I do think you're right. There were even a couple of moments like that with Shoma in the series where it almost, like, there was that little spark of maybe this could be something better, but that's not what fate had in store.
Yeah. Like he was just so lost in the sauce and broken without Sita that he couldn't get there.
Yeah. Kenzo goes straight to hell.
Yeah. Man's kind of sucks. Love that him and Nylev had the world's horniest arms race going on. Whatever gay shit the two of them were up to, I love it for them. I support both gay rights and gay wrongs.
You said it before I could, exactly.
But also straight to hell, this man sucks so bad.
Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Yeah, no. Okay.
He could call me mommy, though.
I'm going to disagree with your taste on that one, but...
Look, there's reasons that I've never finished that redemption arc.
You know, fair.
Like, I don't want to put him in Call Me Mommy. I'm just saying he can. I'd much prefer him disowned, but...
Fair enough. Okay. So, oh my goodness. Are we there? Oh my goodness, we are at Zets.
We're finally here.
Holy shit, y'all. Also, can we just talk about the fact that basically every Reiwa Rider opening has been a fucking banger?
Yeah.
Like, holy shit.
Just slaps the whole way down. Even the second Zets opening. I'm generally very hard on the second when they switch an opening. But man, the second Zets opening goes hard.
It does. All right, come on, iPad. Agree with me on this. I know you think I'm trying to select the text. No, I am trying to open the new link in a new tab. Right, and this one has a bunch of debatable writers, so give me just a moment. Why are we like this?
Oh,
okay, so Baku. Super proud of this boy.
Yeah, Baku goes through it so hard, and I will say I'm very behind on Zets. I think around 30-ish was when I left off.
Fair enough.
Zets is a thing that I have to like binge in small amounts because the amount of like actual gun violence with real looking guns is very, very PTSD.
Valid.
I've experienced some things that make gun violence very hard to watch.
100% valid.
But man, Baku goes through it and keeps on trucking, and the big turn, the big mid-season turn, like just that is enough for me to be like, man, boy, I would not want to keep going after that.
Like,
you're stronger than I am, baby.
He already started off in a place where I would have been, at minimum, quite proud with him at the very beginning of the series. But this boy fucking locks in a situation where he knows that most people will never know what he's done.
Yes.
And still is just like, yeah, no, I might die. It's fine. I'm going to save the world. I might die, but I'm going to save the world. Not even
I might die. I'm probably going to die. But
and then he dies.
I gotta handle this.
He dies, and he comes back, and he's like, oh, hey, that sucked. Back to work.
Well, time to keep that from happening again.
Like, that is the worst thing that could possibly have happened to me. Let's see if it happens again. Oh my goodness. Kinsei Odaka. And again, we're in rough territory now because we're not at the end of the season yet. So opinions on this are as of the current date of July 2nd, 2026. There's some shit going on with Nox right now.
Yeah, and I'm behind on that, but Nox has always kind of had some shit going on.
He's another one of
This
those
is-
guys who's doing a lot of the wrong things for the right reasons. And that's not
Yeah.
a huge spoiler, even for where you're at.
Yeah.
But I'm
Oh
gonna be
no. I
vague.
mean, even it's I actually know exactly where I left off. Is the reveal about Minami?
Okay. Okay.
I'm pretty sure is kind of exactly where I left off, because I'm like, oh boy, that's and honestly, super proud of Baku for making it through that one.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
But
It's-
yeah,
handled
Nox
it
is
in
a
the best
lot
way
of
possible.
doing the wrong things for the right reasons, because boy has so much trauma because his boss is making both of his divorces everybody else's problem.
Yes. I'm gonna put him in quite proud.
Yeah, honestly, quite frankly, the fact that he's able to do anything, like anything remotely positive, I feel like I'm quite proud of him for that.
The reason he gets bumped out of super proud for me is that he is so resistant to working with other people. And given the trauma that he specifically has to deal with, I understand why he's so resistant to it. But like, buddy,
you know Baku isn't like that.
you know, and hopefully he will come around. And like, again, I'm being as vague as possible so that I don't spoil you on some things.
I'm also just real mad that he walked up and is like, yo, Minami ain't even your sister. And I'm like, bruh, do you know what found family is? Do you know what genre you're in? Because she is his brother. She is his sister. She loves him as her brother. Catch up.
And
read the room, buddy.
There's a reason why he did that, but I can't get into it. And I will say
there is, because he's got reasons for everything.
It's a little bit him taking his trauma out on Baku.
Yeah, well, again, he's got a lot of the Taiga vibes. Which is, again, I'm very, very sympathetic to that. The Taiga tends to be my favorite of Yuya's archetypes. But also, buddy, you need to learn to read the room. You really, really need to learn to read the room.
Alrighty.
Like, I feel like my opinion... yeah!
My model cannot capture the face I'm making right now. I want to tie this man up in a way that breaks Twitch TOS.
I would destroy Twitch TOS with this man.
He is a bad man.
I am so normal. I'm so normal. I'm very normal.
There's a reason why I was like, I wanted Baroba to have the Zieg arc. Because I guess, I don't remember, had he started doing, no, he hadn't started doing his bullshit yet, where you're at.
He's doing some bullshit.
He's doing some bullshit?
I don't know the depths of his bullshit, but he is doing some bullshit. He is the one, like, he did the whole Minami thing. He's out here causing problems on purpose because, again, Zero is making his divorces everybody else's problem.
So it's not a huge spoiler, because I'm not going to tell you how it happens. But he eventually gets to just come and be a gremlin in the room, in the office, as it were.
Oh my god, I love that. Honestly, that is kind of enough for me to want to, like, pick back up, because I love that.
Zero power. But he just gets to come be an annoying little shit. And
oh my god, this is all I want.
sir, I want to subject you to Shibari and then turn your worst nightmare into your best delight.
Same. I love
yeah.
that Amano Kosei got to be a Kamen Rider one time and then is like, every time you put me on screen, I want to be the root of every problem. Even if I'm Tachibana again, I have to be the problem. I have to be what's causing the problem. Please let me be a little freak. Please let me get freakier every time the audience sees me. And I'm so deeply in love with him.
All right. So, flipping from that over to Lord 3. This looks maxing, motherfucker. Disowned.
Yeah, straight to hell.
Straight to hell. Just absolutely.
I don't even know what this man's problem is. Nope. I just know that he sucks.
He sucks. He's a bastard.
I don't know if further down the line we find out what his problem is. I don't know if he's maybe Zero's third divorce.
I mean, I'll just put it this way. 3 is the reason why secret agencies are a bad idea.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yep. 5, I'm gonna put into quite proud.
Yeah, look, 5 is doing his best.
5
He's
is doing
trying.
his best. 5 is what my friend Captain Comic Geek would describe as the friend you make by punching in the face.
Yeah.
Yep. He was being a pig-headed jerk about something. He got put in his place, and he's been put right about it. And
he's a little shit, but he cares, and he's trying to do even of what I've seen of him. He's trying to do right. He's just kind of a shitty guy, but not a shitty guy that you hate. He's just a shitty guy where you're sometimes like, okay, buddy, we need to not break stuff about this today.
Yeah, like, hey, let's talk about this because there's something you don't know about this situation, and I know that he is too reflex driven. We're super proud.
Yeah.
But yeah, quite proud. I'll give him that. Okay, 6.
Oh, honey.
I want to be more proud because of 6's actor. But I know that's me getting attached to the actor.
Incredible actress. Incredible actress. I would put her in reasonably proud at minimum.
Yes.
I think she could end up higher. I understand why she left her girlfriend the way she did. And again, shout out to Sai's actress for coming in hot in Zets in so many ways. In multiple meanings of the word.
Well, you know.
But it's like, I get why she left. I get why she didn't say anything. She had to in the situation she was in.
Yes.
Hey, she's involved now. Please just talk to her. Please be normal about this. You don't need to keep pushing her away. I know you want to protect her from the bad organization, but she's in it. She's in this. You will do far more to protect her by giving her information than you will by leaving her in the dark.
And there's some stuff coming up that has me tempted to raise her into quite proud. But there's also a couple of things that almost pushes her into needs work. So I think reasonably proud is the best place. I would again, if there was a half level, I'd put her in between reasonably and quite proud because the good outweighs the bad.
Yeah. But I don't quite think she can make the leap.
this is the character that I most have to hold back on talking about. Which is unfortunate.
I feel like by the end of the series, she will be in quite proud at minimum.
Probably, yes. Well, probably, yes.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. Okay. Oh, and that's actually all of the writers that we have officially so far. And anybody in chat, don't say anything. Okay? Because those are all of the writers that we had as of the making of this list. I know a thing because I've already been spoiled. Don't. Okay, moving on. All right. So, we actually get to spin right back around to the very first series because the next thing we'll be talking about is Shin Kamen Rider. Where is my page for that? Oh my goodness.
Oh, my heart. Shin Kamen Rider is a movie that I have so many feelings about.
I have so much love for Shin Kamen Rider. It is one of the seasons that, or one of the things that I have seen multiple times in theaters over the last few years. The other one being Shin Ultraman. To go off,
I wish I could see Shin Ultraman in theaters again.
To go off topic a little bit, my dad was the one who introduced me to Tokusatsu, and the very first thing that he showed me as a wee bab was Ultraman. And so to get to invite him to a showing of Shin Ultraman now one of my core memories.
That rules.
It did. It ruled so much. Oh, hello?
Hey, hun. Can I borrow you for a second?
You can borrow me anytime you like, stud. Okay, give me just a moment.
Yeah, don't let me interrupt.
I won't. All right, but we will be back in 5 minutes. He probably just needs me for a work thing, if we're being completely honest. It's the middle of the day. So everyone stand up, stretch, refresh your refreshments. We'll be back in 5 for Shin Kamen Rider and Kamen Rider Black Sun.
Yeah.
And these are going to be some deeper ones because I have a lot of feelings about Shin Kamen Rider. I know you just said the exact same things, and I have so much about Kamen Rider Black Sun. But again, that'll be for after the break. So we will see everybody on the other side of the 5. Alrighty. And actually, hang on, I just hit the wrong button. we'll talk about different depressing things.
Yeah.
Because who Nelly, Shin Kamen Rider and Kamen Rider Black Sun are depressing in the worst possible ways.
Yeah, there's. Oh boy.
Oh.
Oh boy.
So, we have the Shin Kamen Rider version of Takeshi Hongo. I am so proud of this boy.
Yeah.
He got the comic book version of Takeshi's ending. Because if y'all are not familiar with a manga from the 1970s that I hope I'm not spoiling for you, he died the hard way in the manga, just as he did in the movie, but was still integrated into our secondary writer's helmet. And so, like, that's kind of where the platonic boyfriends meme comes from with Takeshi and Hayato, because they literally can't be physical about it, but they are absolutely in a relationship. In a way, Takeshi or Hongo is inside of Hayato at all times.
Like, in a way, they're the most physical about it.
They are, right, exactly. But much like with our badass from the very beginning of the series, Hongo in this version goes through the trauma of being forcibly transformed into a superhuman for the sake of evil, and then instantly goes, like, and there was always a little bit of body horror involved, even in the original Kamen Rider, but it was very much 1970s schlock body horror. Shin Kamen Rider's moment of body horror is honest to goodness horror movie level.
Visceral.
It's not as bad as what we're going to get into with Black Sun, but it is much more deeply personally visceral for Hongo because it's happening to him for the first time. And I'll reflect on that when we get to the next thing. But the fact that he goes into that bathroom, sees what his body is doing, and then almost instantly locks in and has a moment of, I will deal with this trauma later. There is a mission to be done right now. I am so proud of that boy.
I have to stop anyone else from going through this.
Yes. That is his first priority, and it's not necessarily healthy. But the fact that that is his first instinct is so good. I'm so proud of him.
He's still Hongo.
He's still Hongo. It's, oh my goodness! I need to see a meme of the Undertale meme.
Yes,
it's still you. After everything else, or despite everything, it is
despite
still
everything,
you.
it's still you.
And I need to see that with 1970s Hongo and then 2024 Hongo.
Yeah.
Because boy howdy, is it still Hongo.
Despite 50 years, it's still Hongo.
Now, honorable mention shout out to the original actors, both son and now daughter, getting to play a version of Hongo in other Kamen Rider things.
Yes.
Fuck yeah. Usually I hate dynasties as far as actors go, but like, my goodness.
Like that feels so much less like dynasty and more like legacy.
Yes. And it's specifically because they are all playing functionally the same character, you know?
Yes, and because he shows up so infrequently.
Right. They
are not milking Hongo for themselves. It is
correct.
We are proud of our father and this thing that means so much to us as people, as like as Japanese people, like
Yes.
he is culturally our hero. He is the hero of our culture, and we are proud to be able to step up and be part of that.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So, Hayato Ichimonji. I'm going to put him in super proud as well.
Yeah, I can't not.
There
I can't
is,
not.
just like in the original story, there is a moment where he almost loses it. But this is kind of, again, the basis for that best friend who starts off as an enemy until you punch him in the face and make him realize he's being an idiot.
Yeah.
You know?
Because like as soon as he makes the turn, he makes the turn. He locks in. He accepts Hongo as part of him. He's relieved that Hongo is part of him.
Yes. He has found a part of himself that was missing before. You know?
Also, shout out to, I forget who drew this fan art, but it is Hongo and Hayato, and it's Hongo being like, I am no longer human. I have been changed. I am a thing now. I'm not a person. And Hayato just being, haha, grasshopper penis.
Oh, I love that.
I will have to find it and send it to you. It's so funny.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I want it.
So
Yes,
good.
please send that to me.
I will find it. It's so good.
Okay. Ichiro Midorikawa.
Oh boy.
What a okay, first off, what a fucking design.
God,
oh my
yeah.
gods. The butterfly rider. Oh my
I have
gods.
a rubber strap keychain of it in front of me at this very moment.
It is, and his story is so good. For so much of the movie, he was in disowned territory for me.
Yeah.
But I think I want to put him in needs work. If only because I don't have a special slot for him of it was just too late.
Yeah.
You know?
We just arrived too late.
Yeah. Yeah.
We could have saved you if we'd been there just a little sooner.
Uh-huh. And that's his ultimate tragedy. And that's it's one of the big reasons why this movie has such a huge place in my heart.
Shout outs to Hachi.org. We love women's wrongs. I love.
Oh my goodness.
I love a fucked up bee woman.
Oh my gods. Again, you know, we just
not
got
a
there
rider,
too late.
but I can't let her go unmentioned.
No, it's you know, I almost wish she
love
was
you,
almost a
angsty
writer.
lesbians.
She was almost a writer, and I almost actually kind of think in retrospect I should have included her in the list. Oh well.
Just shout out. I don't even know where I'd put her. Maybe in Call Me Mommy.
Maybe.
But like
I will absolutely say that battle scene I showed in class at one point. Because one of my students, again, film student, was trying to make arguments about like who are the best speedsters on screen, and I was like, I can give you two of the best ones, from Kamen Rider Kabuto and from Shin Kamen Rider.
Yeah.
And I'll give it to Kabuto as a technicality, because the fight scene in the rain, or well, I call it in the rain. You know the one I'm talking about.
I know exactly what you're talking about, and it is beautiful, beautifully done.
The effects haven't held up 100%, but the thinking about interacting with the rain, just the amount of thought that was put into that, was gorgeous. But
it is beautiful.
The fight scene on the top of the skyscraper with Shin Kamen Rider, just the fact that they took the opposite track from it, you know what I mean? Or tack from it, I should say. We're not going to slow the world down to show how fast these guys are going. We are going to show them in full speed, and you're going to realize how fucking terrifying these two fighters are as a result of that.
Yeah.
Like, holy moly. So good. So good.
Oh, God.
All right, and we finally arrive at the last part of today's series? Kamen Rider Black Sun.
And I will be deferring to you here, just because Black Sun is a very, very heavy show.
It is.
And that heaviness was a little too much for me to carry.
Fair enough. So trigger warnings, spoiler warnings from here on out for this series, because it is an incredibly heavy series that deals with political upheaval, the assassination of political individuals. And when I say that, I mean members of office, or members of power, members of office, people who are in office, not the bullshit internet definition of political for anybody who's a little bit different. But there are also discussion of human rights, including arguably some discussion of gay rights, but also racial rights, drug use, drug misuse, slavery, and a number of other things. The Kamen Rider Black Sun, I am part of the sort of punk and counterculture communities that means that this series is deeply important to me, because the writers did not shy away from discussing any of these things, and that human rights are for everyone. They are. Flat, full stop.
And yes, and for all that Black Sun was too heavy for me to engage in, the fact that it was that heavy, like I give them full credit for making it what it is, even if I couldn't engage with it.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's admittedly, it's not going to be something for everyone, because if you can't engage with it for the sake of your own mental health and safety, fine. You don't have to, protect yourself. But it's also an important message. So
like the fact that it exists is so important. I would much rather it exist and just me not be able to engage with it than for it to not exist for the sake of my comfort.
Yes. Okay, so with that out of the way, we're going to be talking about some heavy stuff here. So, Kamen Rider Black Sun to me is, I would almost say, an AU continuation of the Kamen Rider Black and Black RX seasons from the end of the Showa era. I think it's an AU simply because it shows a world where life took a darker path after Black than Black RX did. With Black RX, things got a little bit better for Kotaro. In my heart, I believe that Black Sun is the world where he wasn't able to resolve the trauma that he went through. And there are some differences of origin here. So Gorgom in this version of that universe is effectively a shadow government organization. It is still its own weird cult thing, but it has wormed its way into the Japanese government because of the things that it does. So, for instance, in Black Sun, the Century King is not dead, but has been on life support since at least World War II. And Gorgom is directly tied into what in the real world was called Unit 731. Sono, are you aware of this organization?
This is very familiar to me, and I do believe I know what it is.
So, not to get too deep into details, Unit 731 was the part of the Japanese military in World War II that was doing horrific human experimentation.
Yes. Okay. That
I'm
is
not going to
exactly what I was thinking of.
Yeah,
I have done some research into them. I am aware of them.
I'm not going to get into it, but it is a reason why they are the primary reason and example of why it is important to remember that there is a reason Japan was on the side of the Axis during World War II.
Yes.
For all the good that Japan has done in their time since, this is a part of their history that many people in their culture still refuse to acknowledge. And Black Sun holds a mirror up to that history and says, no, you have to acknowledge this. Because in the fictional version of this, Kotaro's transformation, as well as his stepbrothers, I'm going to call him his stepbrother, because that is much more solid in this version of the series. It was created by this unit through human experimentation, trying to create the next Century King. And in fact, all of the kaijin in the world were created because of this process of trying to create a successor for humanity. And then when they couldn't succeed at it because it was too unstable, creating a drug from the blood of the Century King in order to create an underclass of citizens, of people who could be disavowed in the kaijin. And then shaping history so that they would have an excuse and a way to turn these, to create a belief that these people are monsters and that they are nothing more than an underclass. And that is the central pivotal part of this season of Kamen Rider. And Kotaro knows that. And that's the thing that breaks him, and where I think that AU starts for me. Because if that was how Black ended, and he found out that all of the kaijin are former humans, that they are just as human as he is, despite how they are treated by society, this is the world where that breaks him, and that he turns to hard drugs to try and deal with that trauma. And that's a part of why I ultimately can't put this version of Kotaro into Super Proud. Because he spends 5 decades knowing this and not being able to bring himself to solve the problem. He still fights for the good of the world. He does. But he hides in ketamine. And granted, part of that is part of the reason for that is he does not have access to the drug that is made from the Century King's blood that allows him to stabilize otherwise. So he is dealing with that fact in the only way he knows how. He knows that Heat Heaven is made from the blood of the Century King. And so he deals with it the best way he knows how. He gets little bits and pieces of it through illicit means and mixes it with ketamine to help himself find his humanity again, but it fucks him up. And he only finds a way out of that thanks to a character we'll be discussing later. And he does ultimately sacrifice himself to protect her. So I'm still quite proud of him.
There is a part of me, and I am coming at this from, I am pretty much learning all of this from you.
Yes, I'm having to leave out so many details. So
yeah, and
you know, I'm doing my best.
I'm kind of, this is a thing where I do not plan on watching Black Sun because
that's
of
the only reason I'm discussing as much of it as I am.
So hearing this, there is a part of me that would want to put him in super proud just because of personal things.
Sure.
That I have witnessed.
True.
And the fact that he is doing this and still enduring and still doing right and not losing himself to it. I feel like I would be super proud of that. And I do not know his stumbles the way you do that may be holding him back. If there was a middle ground, if we had those bridge tiers, like that's where I would want to put him.
Yeah.
Between super proud and quite proud.
You know what? Chewing on it for a little while longer, I think you're right. If he had stayed in the state that he was in at the beginning of the season, where he was just focused on his own quest, I think I would still be quite proud of him. But I think because of the things that happened in the last couple of episodes, I think I'm with you. I think he can get up to quite to super proud. Because and just to add a little more context about why I had him in quite initially is because, much like some of the other characters we've discussed before, he made it too much of his own problem. He took on too much of the weight himself instead of reaching out to others and letting them fight the good fight. But at the end, he does see that others actually do care about this, and he joins them, and he lets them join him. And again, that's where the sacrifice ultimately happens. So I think you're right. I think he does belong in super proud. Oh, what a moment for the music to hit that note. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
All right. Nobuhiko Akizuki. So unlike in the original series in Black RX, where he ultimately dies before being able to really truly make a turnaround and getting the noble sacrifice himself, he is imprisoned by Gorgom since the 1970s because he's too much of a wild card for them. He was the other successful one from the experiments who were able to take to the Century King's blood directly and become the next possible creation king. Excuse me. Excuse me for this. Another important part of this context for both of them are that they are in fact children. They are both sons of scientists from the fictionalized version of Unit 731.
Oh, God.
Right. So they are saddled with that trauma of knowing that their fathers were directly responsible for all of the horrors that have happened in their world since then. There is more information about their fathers. I am not able to remember it off the top of my head, but one of them realized the horrors and tried to pull back, but wasn't able to stop things, and the other didn't. He doubled down and invested in it because, you know, this was the way forward. This was the future for humanity.
Yeah.
Yep. So something else that I have failed to include up till this point. Both of them in the 1970s became members of Gorgom themselves, thinking it was the right path forward, because at the time it was seemingly a political movement fighting for equal rights for kaijin. And this mirrors a lot of the racial tension that was happening in not just in the United States in the 1970s, but also in Japan. Specifically for the, and I need to open a new page real quick because there is a specific term, and I know that this group of folks is not known by their preferred term, and I don't want to use the more commonly used term for them. Oh my goodness. What is it? They are the last extant original group of people from Japan that the Yamato came over and conquered. Oh my goodness! Do you remember the name that they prefer to go by in modern terms?
I am not sure. I feel like the name that I know is probably the one they do not prefer.
Yeah, and it's even a fight in within their culture about whether to use the historical term or whether to use the new term. Fuck. Oh my goodness, Wikipedia is failing me right now. They have their own political party at this point. And okay, even that political party does still use the term Ainu. So
okay, yeah, I knew is the one that I was aware of, and I'm like, this is probably not the right one.
It's a whole thing, but basically the riots and protests that happened in the 1970s part of the timeline in this directly mirror a series of riots that happened in the 1970s when the Ainu were first really starting to gain political ground and fight for their rights as indigenous peoples in Japan. And so it is directly, like the series is directly addressing that. And so Hotaro and Nobuhiko's engagement with that, it starts off for not necessarily the best possible reasons, because one of them thinks that one of the organizers is hot. But you know, they fall in with the organizers of the protests because they genuinely come to believe that no, you know, they're doing the right thing, that the kaijin shouldn't just accept being an underclass. At the time, both of them only had limited memory of being implanted with the Kingstones themselves, and neither had fully achieved their kaijin forms yet. So they weren't even 100% aware that, or like, I shouldn't even say aware. They didn't directly consider themselves kaijin.
Yes, this is not something they were getting in on because it affected them.
Yes, because of the fact that they had the Kingstones within them and were direct successors to the Creation King, they didn't have the the emotional outburst transformations that most of the kaijin had to deal with them, and that gave the government an excuse to treat them as an underclass. And so it was that grappling with the fact that they are technically part of this group, but they are also passing for what is considered, and I need everybody to be able to hear this, the most massive air quotes in existence, normal. All right? Everybody going to be cool about that? Okay. Because the kaijin are people. They are. Again, that's an important part of this series, but the way that the government treated them was as if they were not. So both of them join these protests. Oh yes, go for it. You want to say something?
Just they are again, heavy air quotes, normal in the eyes of the people with power.
Exactly. They are passing. And so they diverge when the protests turn violent. Kotaro does not want to be party to the open violence. He wants the kaijin to have human rights just as strongly as his stepbrother does. But he doesn't want the fight to be open violence. And that's what ultimately breaks them apart and what sends Kotaro spiraling downwards into the drugs. Because when Nobuhiko decides that the protests are not enough, we deserve to be given heat because it is something we need. And heat heaven is the drug, essentially, that is derived from the Creation King's blood.
Yes.
It is now also getting into permanent disability and chronic illness. This is something these people live with. This is something they cannot control. The government has a cheap way of manufacturing the medication they need to live their lives. And if healthcare is such a guarantee for the rest of Japan, why isn't it a guarantee for them? And so there's a part of me that agrees with Nobuhiko. And if I'm being honest about that, there is. Because if the police are going to use violence to suppress the riots, why the fuck shouldn't they turn it back on them? And that's when he reveals to everyone else in the Gorgom organization that he is in fact a kaijin himself and turns into Shadow Moon in front of them. And he does it, and most of the kaijin in the crowd begin to react to him, willingly or not, actually, at that moment. Because he is a creation king, he automatically triggers their transformations. And that becomes the problem that brings Nobuhiko down. Because other members of Gorgom who are starting to get into the political aspect of it realize that he can be a weapon because he believes so strongly in their goals, or their stated goals, unfortunately for a couple of them. He goes down the bad path, and that's the reason why they end up imprisoning him for 40-odd, 50-odd years, because they want to find out how to turn him into the next true creation king in order to extend their power through giving heat heaven to kaijin, but only the ones that behave. So while he becomes a true believer, the other founding members of Gorgom who are true believers are extinguished. They are murdered by the ones who desire to instead turn it into a way for them to gain political power. And this then gets into, oh look, we're going to discuss a cult. The cult that was behind the ruling power of Japan. And this is another very real thing. Is it the Sunshine Cult? Is it the Happiness Cult?
Oh, I know which cult you are talking about.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it is. I cannot remember the exact name, but I do know which cult you are talking about. That has gotten. Okay. I was thinking of a different, more a separate,
Oh no,
a
you're
separate
right.
cult.
You're right. I'm looking at the wrong thing.
Happy Science.
Happy Science. That's the one. Happy Science and the Unification Church. Yeah. Because that's what they turn it into. You know, it's Gorgom eventually becomes this religious center for all of the Kaijin of we are the ones who worship the Century King and mourn his loss and are looking for the new one, all while having the dying body of the previous Century King and the new Century King that is Nobuhiko in their basement so that they can turn him into a new source for Heat Heaven. It's fucked up. And they are the shadow power behind the Prime Minister of Japan in this version of Japan.
Mm-hmm.
Woo.
Boy.
So Nobuhiko has all of the goodness in his heart. He wants to see people do the right thing and give the Kaijin their place. But he goes the path of violence. And he gets sucked up into the worst part of Gorgom's cult behavior. And while it ultimately bites him in the ass, and he sees that those members of Gorgom are the problem, his time imprisoned with them changes his mindset. He tries to become just as much of a manipulator as the others are. And when he does get freed, he still tries to use them and his path at that point turns to the sourness of, well, maybe none of the Kaijin should exist anymore.
Mm.
And he doesn't end the series that way. Well, arguably. He has a very, very sort of last minute turn. But then he also spent, Nobuhiko in this series is such a complex character to discuss because he spends some time thinking, well, maybe the Kaijin shouldn't exist at all. But then
The fire grows bug inside again.
Oh no, again? Does he still have a hold of it at least?
It's in a jar, but
Okay.
Lynn's looking at it like it's candy.
Okay, well.
Oh, jeez.
All right. Oh, geez.
Oh,
right,
boy.
We're so close to the end. Derek, can you just... Okay, you know how to get Lynn to behave at this point. Can you just distract her and he'll get bored. He'll get bored in 5 minutes. He's already tried this today. So, no, I think I'm gonna hit the snooze button and try not to linger on this a little too much. Okay, so Nobuhiko's complexities come down to he spends some time thinking that none of the Kaijin should exist, but then when he realizes that he could be the next creation king, he gets it into his mind that, well, if that means that I can create the Heat Heaven myself, then that means that I can turn us into a master race instead.
Oh.
Going from one extreme to the other then, buddy.
Yeah. Oh, kiddo.
And while he has a last-minute realization that Kotaro's path is actually ultimately the right one, I have to disown him. Because he bounces between too many extremes.
Yeah, I was gonna say needs work at best, but oh honey, if you're like, no, I think I'll just create the master race.
Yeah.
Yeah, honey, you are too far gone.
He's, like I said, his life ends with the realization that all of this has been in vain, and he wishes he could go back to the good old days with Kotaro, where everyone could just be happy and where all of them were just trying to make the world a better place. And he ultimately does give Kotaro his half of the Kingstone. Like, he digs it out of his own flesh. And yeah, they become the new Creation King as a result of this. But boy, howdy, is it a... Ooh. He didn't have time to make good.
Yeah.
So he's got to go into Disowned. All right. Our final rider on the wiki is listed as a... what's the term they used for it? Disputed rider? But my gods, she is a fucking rider. Aoi Izumi. She is the reason why it becomes widely known that all kaijin are human. They are just either people who have been turned into kaijin or descendants of humans who were turned into kaijin, because she spends most of the series as Kotaro's ward, for lack of a better term. She sees the horrors that Gorgom is inflicting on the kaijin underclass to keep them an underclass, and is hunted down by the leaders of Gorgom and forcefully turned into a kaijin. When, at the beginning, when she was being hunted down for this, she sees her best friend murdered. And possible boyfriend. Like, that was, they were starting to form that relationship. And he got killed right in front of her by one of Gorgom's kaijin. The only reason she survived is because Kotaro happened to be there when she was running. And even knowing that, seeing him turn into his imperfect form that was very biological and gross and not stable, she ultimately decides to trust him. And even there's a moment when he is fighting the transformation where she actually has to be the one to administer his drugs for him. And she's scared for a few seconds, but ultimately locks in and is just like, what do you need me to do? I trust you at this point. I know this is what you need. I have a lot of conflicting feelings about this because I know what that label says. But what do you need? And then when she gets transformed herself and becomes the Mantis Kaijin, and then ultimately a rider by the end of the series, because I need to double check myself before I say this. Okay. There is some ambiguity to this, but she may have ultimately been the person who inherited the Kingstone after Kotaro himself became the next Creation King. And we see in the postscript of the series that she has begun organizing people for an armed resistance. And this is where we get to talk about some of the awkwardness that was the release of this series, because in Nobuhiko's turn to turn the Kaijin into a master race, Gorgom assassinated the Prime Minister of Japan. And this episode was released right around when Shinzo Abe got doohickeyd. I am so proud of the production crew behind Kamen Rider Black Sun for deciding to go ahead and release what they had made.
Yes.
Because I could absolutely see a meeting with the old men of Toei where everyone sat in silence for 20 minutes because they all knew what the meeting was about. And ultimately, the producers behind Black Sun said, no, we have to release this. If we've released anything so far, this still has to be released. Because, again, that cult, the Happiness Cult and the Unification Church, are just as much a part of reality and why what happened happened in reality as they are in this series.
Do not release the rest of it to do anything other than release it as it was.
Mm-hmm.
Would undermine everything Black Sun is.
Exactly. It is all about reckoning with history and facing the fact that if you do nothing to change where culture is heading, then, well, if you back a people into a corner, eventually they're going to fight. And they're going to fight hard. And that's why I think Aoi goes straight to super proud for me.
Agreed.
Because we start the series seeing her giving a talk at an international conference about why the Kaijin deserve human rights. And she goes through everything in this series with Kotaro. And she's ultimately the person who has to kill him because of what he's becoming. And then she continues to fight. And she carries on, the inheritor of his will. And honestly, the inheritor of the good part of Nobuhiko's will. And decides, we're going to keep putting pressure on them. We have to. Because if we let up, this is all just going to happen again. And with that, we've covered everyone.
We've done it. We've done every single Kamen Rider.
Mm-hmm.
And
y'all,
quite frankly, we're... Please, the amount of them that we are proud of over the ones that we aren't. And how many of them are the ones that lead their stories. Like, there is no one in the lower tiers who is a main rider.
Mm-hmm.
And frankly, a lot of these guys down here are not people that you're supposed to be proud of.
No,
a lot of them
not.
You're supposed to disown.
You're supposed to. It is the message of the series that all of these folks, and I am going to wrap us right back the fuck around to the beginning of the series, because there have always been people in the series, going all the way back to the very beginning, who were given power and chose not to do the good thing with it, but we are always left with a character who was given power in the worst possible ways and decides to make the world a better place. They overcome that trauma that they've been saddled with, and they decide that they can make the world better with the help of others, by giving those others their own help, and by taking on the responsibility of doing it themselves.
And that's what it means to be a Kamen Rider.
Indeed it is. All right, we ended on a really heavy note, but I hope everybody sees just how much hope there is, even in those last two the movie and Shin Kamen Rider and Kamen Rider Black Sun. There's hope. We just got to put in the work.
Yep.
All right. I'm going to take us back to the Just Chatting screen and, well, we'll try to have a happy send-off. How about that?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Well, I know the projects I have going on, but Sono, do you have anything fun that you're planning soon?
I am going to be doing some unauthorized VTuber SummerSlam.
Fair enough.
Because we did not finish our Ocarina of Time seed, I am going to be finishing that seed while still accepting donations to the campaign. I also have my anniversary coming up in 10 days, which is terrifying because I still have many things to do, but there is going to be a lot of stuff.
Now,
July 12th.
Is this your 5th or 6th anniversary?
My 6th.
Oh, excellent.
I wish I had been able to do all of this for my 5th. I feel like a lot of this is like milestone stuff, but it's happening for my 6th. 6 is just as good of a number. There will be new models, new lore, new everything. There's going to be so many new things in 10 days.
Yeah, love to hear it. And you said that was July 12th? I apologize for interrupting, but...
Yes,
Okay.
July 12th.
Awesome.
Oh boy, speaking of locking in, I gotta lock in.
You've got this. I believe in you. As far as I'm concerned, this was my big project for the year. This was my birthday thing. I'm going back to regular streaming from here on in for a while. You know, Sono, if I get enough energy together to plan a session of Convictor Drive, which is effectively a Kamen Rider TTRPG, would you be interested in joining for that?
Oh, very much.
Okay. That's not a promise. But I am starting to get back to a place where I can creatively GM games more on the regular, and I would definitely enjoy having you there for that, just because I know you're very, very deeply into this.
Yes, this is man, I fell in this hole in 2011. And I ain't even tried to get out.
Yeah, why would you?
I just get deeper every year.
Oh, okay. Would me saying the name of the next season that has been confirmed be a spoiler for you, or no?
I prefer not to know. I generally try to avoid the next season as hard as I can until the first episode is out.
Fair enough. Then what I will say is to remind you about something that a fun character that I had created but not gotten art done for before the beginning of Zets. And you may or may not remember me talking about this over on the Gatai the Live server, but I had a fan writer by the name of Kamen Rider Snooze, whose like initial costume was going to be an Ichigo Rider themed Kigurumi. And I am so
I do
mad.
kind of remember this.
I am so mad that Zets is so good, because I'm like, damn it! Now if I post about this online, people are gonna think I'm ripping off Zets.
I will say, I don't know if I mentioned this when we were talking about Drive, is about 6 months before Drive aired, I was listening to a lot of Initial D soundtracks one night and came up with Kamen Rider Drift, and I did draw him. I did draw the suit. It wasn't amazing, but I do think it's better than the Drive suit. I got really obsessed with the idea. I made him a stag beetle rider, so his stag beetle horns could be turn signals.
Nice. Oh, I love that.
And then Drive came out like 6 months later, and I was like, God dang it.
Well, on a happier note, Do you remember? Oh, I hope you remember this because I have done drawings for these two. My fan writers for Post 01, the paired up writers of Kamen Rider Hunder and Kamen Rider Hund.
I do kind of remember this.
These are
we
like
do
Oh.
have. I don't know if you've posted them in there, but I do believe we have a fan write or a like
right.
fan writer thread or a like coming up with writers
I don't
thread.
remember
We
if-
also now have a an AU thread where it's like, yeah, we're making a better version of this ending.
I don't remember if that thread existed at the time, but the idea was that these are like successors to Kamen Rider Thouser, and like he made like a whole secondary company for like putting writers out into the world to solve Humagear issues, and as like basically like a penance sort of a thing. This was before Outsiders started, that I started ideating these guys. And so the idea was like one was like a very German fairy tale themed hunter theme, and the other was the hunter's dog. So hence why Hunder and Hund.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, so it's very fun. It's very, very fun. One's a ranged combatant, one's a close-up combatant. I did a modified version of the Thouser suit so that like the 5 horns both of them only have 4 horns because they are not quite Thouser on their own, but they work better together. So one is the very German like pointy hunting hat with the feather on the side, and so its face on profile creates the horns through the hat brim, the center of the hat, and the feather. And then Hund has spiky wolf dog hair with one ear nipped off as it had been like it had lost part of it in a bite to create the 4 horns.
I like it.
It's such a fucking cool concept. But anywho, we're running out of time before I have to send people off to another break. So as a reminder, Sono is going to be celebrating their 6th anniversary this July 12th. Go give them a check. Do I have enough time to do a shout out? I hope I do. I always have to remember you are not Sono Mikan on Twitch. You are Karate Bug Mom. Karate Bug Mom. Not Mom. Thank you. There we go. I blame being raised on British comedy. Anyway.
Real.
I will be back here tomorrow, July 3rd, with more Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Last time we spent a lot of time exploring more of the overworld. That's probably what we're going to be doing again this time, but that's for tomorrow. Until then, check us out on Blue Sky at Come and Go Tavern for more news from me. I have been Sheela Ornthalis, here today with Sono Mikan, and we are now going to send you off to another location via a raid. Let's see who's online right now. That's going to try and get there before the auto thing happens. I'm going to send you all off to Siren, who is doing some streaming with friends right now. So I will see you all over there. Ta-ta for now. Bye, 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 bye. Bye,
Bye, everybody.
Bye.